We're going to start off with the black lace bottle. So I've got this jar here, and this was just a pepper jar. It had some jalapenos in it. Removed all the adhesive and the paper off of it. I like the shape. Here's a little cameo button. Got a little bit of ribbon and some lace trim. I didn't have a flat piece, so this is, like a curved piece, but we're going to fix it. We're going to start by cutting the back off of this. It's just a plastic cameo button. We're just going to take that off so it's flat. I'll add some hot glue on the back just to make sure that the upper piece doesn't slide out of the back, because the front's like an overlay and they're connected in the middle. To keep this from being rounded, I am going to take some scissors and go right next to the little piece of lace that overlaps the top, that holds the little pleats together, and I'm just going to cut that off. This will allow us to lay it flat and be able to use it on a flat surface. So I'm just going to cut, this is like a section off. I haven't even measured it yet. I'm just cutting off a little section of it. And then I'll decide how much I need, go around the bottle and see how much I need, and then, trim off a little bit. And this bottle doesn't roll because it actually has the kind of a flat circle, And I'm going to wrap it around the bottom and decide, do I like it like that? Oh, let's double it up. Let's double it up and then make it look like one bigger piece. And we can accomplish that by two of the same size, and we'll just line our patterns up. Why not? So I'm going to start off by just wrapping it around the bottle. I want one side to definitely be the back and one to be the front. So, you can line up your seams on the side. You can do it in the center of the back. I'm just going to do it sort of toward the center of the back. I'll trim off what I know I don't need just to get it out of the way for when I glue it down. And my pattern, I want those to match up, and they do. So that's perfect. It works great for this bottle or this jar. It's, I guess, a multi-purpose piece. The one in Michael's is actually a different type of a bottle, but you get pretty much the same look. I'm going to leave the link to Michael's, that Nevermore collection, so you can go and see what the originals look like. All right. So I'll just line my pattern up there, and I'm doing it high up because I'm going to put the other piece under it. Just going to smear the glue on there, right? We don't want any chunks showing through. We want this to be high end. I always want to give you those tips that are going to make your items look high end. I was so excited, y'all, whenever I saw that this was sort of a spooky collection that they're doing in the summertime. I mean, does Michael's know about Halloween? Do they know that there are people who are spooky lifers? They must know. So, of course, I jumped right on and thought, you know what, I can recreate this, and we don't have to pay a fortune for it. We can get the same kind of looks. I'm not doing identical dupes. They're inspired dupes to get the same kind of look in our homes. So I hope this video is something that you're going to enjoy, because we're doing 5 of them, okay? There are 5 in here, and some of them are very simple, like this one is pretty simple, and then a couple require a little more work and dry time on paint, really. Okay, so now I've got them lined up as close as I can get them, and you can see that the pattern is going to match. I love it. And now I can just trim up what I need to trim up and make sure that my pieces aren't flapping around. We don't want them to be loose, because they'll catch on things when you're trying to move them around or clean them, or perhaps put some flowers or whatever you want to do with it. So we want everything to be in place, but we don't want the glue to be so obvious. You could use a different type adhesive if you wanted to, but I wouldn't use anything that would be cloudy, because it's going to take away from that look of the clear glass under the lace. And I like the ease and the, having the glue gun right there to use that, but I don't like the strings and the bulkiness of the hot glue. So I'm going to be thinking about what I can use to hold those pieces together. Okay, so I am going to go ahead and paint the top of this jar. Now, on the bottle that they had, it's actually rounded, but for me, I want to kind of disguise the ring on the top, just make it look a little bit better. And when I say ring, I just mean the part that you screw on. So I'm going to go underneath it and try to make it as straight as possible, make a nice clean line under here. And paint this all black. You can also go down on the inside of it as well if you want to make that matte. So I thought, okay, look, I'm going to grab the Mod Podge and I'm just going to put the Mod Podge with a skinny brush right down the middle where the two pieces meet. This has held. I have not had a problem with it. I chose matte, but I'm going right over the lace and not down onto the glass that's in the bottle. It's not something you even have to worry about if you've got a wide enough piece of black lace. And some people probably already have this, or perhaps you could use like fishnet stocking, you know, anything you might have in your costume drawer, whatever you want to do here. You could also stencil on lace if you want to make a lace stencil. Okay, so now I want to make sure that all my pieces are touching like they should be while I let them dry. Lining that up perfectly, it's very easy to slide. All right, it is dry and I love it. It worked great. Yes, I love it when a plan comes to fruition, don't you? So we can use satin here if we want to, because that's what they had on their bottle. But I chose this little scrap that I have from my Halloween stash. It is very pretty. It's got a velvet in the middle and then lace on both sides. And it is stretchy. I'm going to use this to go right around here. I'm not going to pull the stretchiness out because I don't want it to pop off when I glue it. I'm just going to add a little bit of glue on the most outside part of where you screw that on, right? Because I don't want to sink this down into the treads or the threads of that where you would put the jar lid. Y'all, my hands are a mess. Look at the paint underneath my little tiny short fingernails. Okay, now I'm going to go up. I'm just going to wrap it around the back so that I have some of the lace overlapping on the top, because I think that that's a nice feminine look. And then I'll just take my scissors and trim it off, and then voila, there's that part. And I'm glad that I did it this way. I do like that part of it. Now that I have it lined up where I want it, I'll add my last little dot or two of glue and pull it back down, and you can see that's the benefit of it being stretchy, and just hold everything in place. Now I'll take my cameo button, add some hot glue, and put it in the front center of the jar. This is not an exact duplicate, but it is very close to what they have at Michael's. And I do apologize to y'all. I did not have the time today to do the comparison, like a side-by-side shot. So I'm just going to show you what I have, and I'll share the link with you so you can go to Michael's and see exactly what I'm talking about. I know y'all know how it is. We get busy sometimes. We get busy. The next is going to be a gold riser tray. And the names are not exactly the same. Okay, so I'm going to take some more of that chalk paint, brush, or two brushes, you know, depends. Then I've got these little pieces I'm going to use for legs, and then they used gold, so I'm going to use the gold here. It's a brushed gold. And this is just a little box that a toy set came in, like an instrument set from Melissa and Doug. I like to find these at the thrift store. And y'all, I have to tell you too, everything that I used in these videos, I already had at my house. I did not have to leave my house to go get anything. That's how much I love this type of decor. I love to create it and share this with y'all. So I'm just going to take that black paint, and the reason I'm using chalk paint, for many reasons. It's thick, you don't have to use as many layers, it dries fast, and it is matte, and that is the same finish that they have on the pieces that that I'm trying to kind of be inspired by, right? No, I did not pull my sticker off. I didn't want to waste the time. Okay, so now that everything is painted, I'm going to take those legs and decide where I want to put them. Now their legs are a bit more ornate, they're more curvy, but I just wanted to show you that you can use what you have to get a similar look without having to go out and buy anything. So that's what I'm doing here. And there we go. Everything is together. Now we're going to move on to making this gold. And it's kind of like a tarnished, maybe a tarnished looking color, a tarnished gold. We're going to start adding this onto that beautiful matte black. Now, you know, if you have some spray paint that is matte black and you want to use that, you can. If you have an acrylic matte black, you can use that as well. So just think about what you do have and how you can use those things in your projects. I'm going to just use a chippy brush here to go around. I'm using a smaller one, but you will see me change over to a bigger one. And it really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter which one you use. It doesn't give that much of a different look, but I like the idea of, if you put on something a little bit heavier, you can use a brush that is dry to kind of buff it in. It's not going to wipe it away, but it will buff the color out a little bit so it's not so strong looking. But there are other ways to fix that as well, so don't be afraid to paint, right? What you see me doing is loading the paint onto the brush and then tapping the excess up into the bristles in that little paint tray over there. So now I'm showing you this is a dry brush. I felt like I went a little heavy-handed, so I just went with my dry brush and blended it out. Just like when you do your makeup and you put your makeup on and you blend it out, right? Sort of the same anyway. Same idea. So I'm going to go around and do each of the legs, and then we'll start on the box. I'm not going to do the underneath sides, really no point in it. That's me tapping on the table there on that piece of cardboard because I'm offloading a little bit of the paint. I don't want to put too much on. But like I said, there are ways to fix that if you do. I like to start in my corners and then go inward and then do a little flicking motion around the edges on the top and the bottom, and then just kind of rub the excess right into the middle so that it's heavier on the corners and lighter in the middle. This is totally for taste. Whichever way you like it best will definitely work. Ideally, any place that you are putting your hands repetitively, so like if you were picking this table up, you're going to grab it on the flat surfaces, right? Well, that's where it would rub off the paint or the finish naturally in an aging process. So that's why I use the technique and I do it that way. That's my reasoning behind it. But like I said, I encourage you on this channel when you come over here to always feel free to make it your own. I do not expect you to copy every project I make or do every craft that I do in every video. But if there's something that inspires you and it would look good in your home that you feel like you want to have, then go ahead and give it a try. It's just a little paint. You can always fix it, right? Give yourself those creative wings to fly. Okay, so now we're going to just keep going in the same way, and I'm going to go all the way around, but I'm not going to do the bottom. I'm not even going to bother with that. And I'm a little out of focus here. I apologize. It's trying to focus on the legs below for some reason. Then we can start on the inside and the upper part of the box because we don't want to leave that out either. So I'm going to go around with the brush and just go over the edges, and you can see that really highlights and shows the edges there. Their box did not have the corner pieces, obviously, but that doesn't matter to me. That can be something you highlight. That could be something you leave black so that kind of fades into the background, right? Then I'm going to start working on the inside, starting on the sides, and then pulling toward the center. And the amount of pressure you use when you put this down is also going to determine how much paint comes off onto the piece that you're doing underneath. So I'll go a little heavier handed into the corners and a little heavier handed onto the sides. And then again, like I say, the places that you normally would have wear and tear on a table are in the center. So those are the places that would have less paint. I hope that makes sense to you. Putting it that way, I hope that makes sense to you. Okay, so now we're going to continue along and do the inside. And I know I'm showing you like y'all don't know how to paint. That's not it. It's just that you want to be sure you're completing your piece all the way around, right? So we're going to do every surface except the underneath side. But you're welcome to do that too if you want. And this is how it's going to look so far. You see where I got heavy-handed? I'm going to take a tiny bit of black on that same brush that had the gold on it, pat some of it off, and then blend that in. And now that looks much better to me that I don't have that big chunk or big splotch of gold there. But it could have left it. That would have been fine too. Of course, go all the way over your project, lift it up, turn it around, and make sure that it's exactly how you like it. And I think this is a good option. You could also trim out your sides with little metal work if you would like. The legs on their project was almost like a solid gold color. And I went a lot lighter than that so that they didn't stand out, so that they were very similar to the little tray itself. And I like it like this. because I wanted to make it my own. You certainly can make yours your own and make solid legs if you would like. I'll show you that in project. Thank you to my channel members. The next is the wall cubby. Love this one. All right, I've got some sprays to distress with. I have some little corner pieces, little wood piece, and some paper I just thrifted, chalk paint, and some more of that gold. It's a theme here. I'm going to have a variety of tools that I use for this project. And this box. This is another box that had toys of some sort in it. Here's you an idea of the measurements. I love to pick up wooden boxes when I am thrifting. So it's about 14 by 9. This is where it came from. And it is wood and MDF, I believe. Now these little spacers in here will actually pull out. So I'm going to remove those. I thought that taking the backing off of the sides of this was going to be a lot more difficult, so I had the hammer. But come to find out, see, when I tap it, it just kind of breaks away fairly easily. The adhesive just let go, and I'm so glad. What I was doing was scraping off the residue from the adhesive that was under there, holding those little rails in place. Now I'm carefully pulling this up because I don't want to peel anything or break anything, and then using this little scraper tool, which is a cheese knife, y'all. I know, thrifted it. It's perfect to do this with. I'm telling you, think outside the box. I'm going to go along here and get all the residue off. We're going to make it nice and smooth. Same thing here on each of those little rails. We're going to go through there and take all that off. All that old glue is coming off. We want everything to look nice and crisp once it's painted. Now we're going to lay the paper down and cut a piece off that's going to overlay slightly. I'm going to paint the back brown. My thought for painting this brown is that it would make it darker when the white was put on top. We're going to age that paper. So we're going to do that by distressing it with a little bit of spray. So I put the tea colored spray. Now I'm putting down the walnut. You can use a little bit of paper, like a paper towel, to kind of blot it a little bit. I don't want the paper to be soaking wet, right? If I get it too wet with too many layers, and there goes the silver that I'm putting on, then it's not going to dry, and it could possibly tear, and I don't want that to happen because you have to allow some dry time. So I'm just patting off the heavier spots there, and I am going to start painting while that is drying. So I'm painting here, and I am adding black on every piece. I'm going to add it to the rails, and I'm going to add it to the backing. So now this is dry. It is not dark enough for me, so I'm thinking, what can I do? And I have an idea. I'm going to use spray paint. I'm going to use some matte black to spritz, and I'm going to use some brown to spritz. We'll let that dry and start painting the wood and the metal pieces. I want them to be the same finish, and as it stands, the metal pieces are a bronze color. I want them all to be matte black. Now look at the paper. I'm so excited. When you look over at the Michaels piece, you can see that they're using like a rose background. I didn't have any rose paper of any sort. So, and it does look like it's splotchy, like it's kind of spritzed on there. You'll see what I'm talking about when you go look at it, though. I think I did a pretty good job getting the idea, though. So I'm just going to attach this down with a little bit of school glue. It is purple. It fades to white, or to clear, actually. It fades to like invisible. And I love to use this when putting stuff down so it doesn't take as long to dry. And it does a good job. I'm going to flip it upside down, kind of getting it, toward the center of where I'm going here with this backing in the paper. Just going to press it down a little bit, and then I'll grab my little squeegee. And this is a Mod Podge squeegee, but you can use, any type of squeegee that you have. And I'm just going to go down, 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 like from the middle outward, preferably if it's wet. But with the glue, it's a little more forgiving. In fact, if you have a decent quality paper, you can actually lift it up if you get a bubble and gently lay it back down. So I'm going to go all over this entire thing. And right where that paper seam is, you can definitely iron your paper if you want to, but I wasn't bothered with that day. Once that is dried, I'm going to go around with my sanding block and shear it off on the edges. This is going to give it a nice even finish, and it is so much easier than using scissors if you are new to my channel. This is such an easy way to do it. Many crafters do it this way, and it just gives such a good clean finish. And look, y'all, look at that. Look how that's going to look together. Oh, makes my little heart so happy. Okay, so now what do? You could actually at this point put the little rails back in it. I'm calling them rails. You could put the rails back in it first, but I was able to do it afterwards. So you just use whatever type of adhesive you like. I like the idea of using something that is not as thick as hot glue, and then use the hot glue just in small sections to hold it until the other glue dries. This makes it easier for me. So face down, because this is the back side of it, right? We're going to put it down, quickly get it in place before your hot glue dries, and then rub off any of the excess glue that squeezes out. Just try to go light on it. But even when I went light, I still made a mess because I'm a messy crafter. And then take something to weigh it down or use clamps to hold it in place until it dries. So now I'm going to replace my rails, which now we're going to call these the little shelves, right? Because this is going to be standing. So I'm going to put the shelves in. I'm just going to put these down in here right back into the original slots they came out of. They all fit perfectly back in place. I'll take a black paint, and then I'm going to use just a sponge brush, but you can use a regular brush for this. You don't have to have a sponge brush. And then go over all the edges and the back. We're going to cover all of this up to make it pretty. Now, because I don't do the numbers on this channel, I measured the little cabinet here, or the cubby, and then I measured a stick and cut the stick. I'm laying the stick underneath my little beautiful piece here, wooden piece, and then using it to measure, right? It works for me. This is how my brain works, y'all. I'm not a mathematician. I'm an artist. It's different. So I'm just going to use a utility knife to kind of cut into this to weaken it and give me my spot where I need to snap it off. You can use any way you want to cut your pieces. I thought about using those little cutters there, but it scared me a little bit. I didn't want the entire piece to crack or break off, so I just weakened it and then snapped it with my hands. I'm going to go over that with the sander, and then I'm going to add some of that black paint on there to finish the edges off. And they are not perfect, but you don't even notice with this matte paint. You really don't. So I'm going to find placement, which will be the top of our little cubby, and decide where I want to attach it. And I know that I need to put glue only really where it's going to be touching. I don't want it to be kind of oozing out of those little open spots. We don't want that to happen. That's not going to look good. But if it does happen, scrape it off while it's still wet and put some more paint on it, right? Yes. Okay, so on the back, for a little additional support, I have a little coffee stirrer stick. I'm going to add hot glue on here, just squeezing it out on the areas that are touching the back, not where the open spots are. I hope that makes sense what I'm saying to you. And then I'm just going to break this little stick in my hand and put it right over where I put the glue. So you won't see the stick behind it, and you won't see any glue, okay? And then, after I get them in place, I'm going to take my black paint and go right over the top, and that's going to kind of blend it out where you don't really notice it and you still have some support. Now we can add down those black pieces, little metal pieces here, and I just did it with glue, but you could hammer them in, you know, whichever way you want to do it. And then we're going to put the gold right on top. You can see that I'm going over the top. I know you can't see in the bottom corner there, and I do apologize, but you can see what I'm doing here on the top. I'm just dragging the brush on the side over those areas. Okay, and then we're going to do, of course, each little shelf. You can see the little flicking motion with my hand up and down from my wrist, and then I'll go over the edge of each little shelf. We'll go over the sides as well. And it really makes that pop. Do you see the difference? It really makes a difference there. Now, in Michael's piece, they had some ornate pieces that went all the way down the side, but I didn't have anything like that to decorate mine. But I think I make up for it, and that it looks fine just the same without that piece on there. But, you know, Theirs is gorgeous, obviously, but I don't want to pay $59 for it. Do you? Mm-mm. Okay, so now we're getting up to the top. Be sure I get my corners, and then we'll get ready to do that beautiful wood piece on top. Now, the wood piece and the little metal pieces came from Temu. This is not a sponsored video. I just use a lot of their products, their products, because they have such a good variety of things, and people all over the world can order from Temu, whereas there are a lot of places in the world who do not have Dollar Tree. And the types of stores that we have here. So I want to give variety to everybody. Y'all look at that. It looks metal. Does that not look like a metal piece on the top? I absolutely love it. And I'm so glad that places that design for like Michael's and the hobby stores and decor stores, that they have people who are designing pieces for everybody in every style of home to love, right? They do such a good job. And I definitely don't intend for any crafter to take away from them, right? If you enjoyed this video, I would love it if you would consider subscribing to my channel. I am on my way to 100,000 subscribers, hopefully by Halloween. That is my goal, and I'd love to have you as part of that journey. And also, if you enjoyed the video, please give me a thumbs up. It helps me know to keep creating the kind of content that you enjoy. Look how this looks. After it is all nice and dry, we can hang it up, but I didn't have a hanger on my backdrop, so I just have it propped up right now on a little easel. Look at it. Man, that paint is really something. I love getting paint. I love buying paint, searching through paint, getting paint. I love it. And I love thrifted paint. Look at all the goodness in that little cubby. What would you put in your little cubby if you had one at your house? I would love to know. You have a collection of something? The next is going to be an iron bird cage. So this is a bird cage I already had. I've used it in other projects, and it's actually been displayed in my studio area. I'm going to use some black spray paint that I thrifted. And then I have some little feet. These also came from Temu. Came in a 4-pack, but I'm only going to use 3. This is a Dollar Tree pick. We'll use the hydrangea off of it. And then this is just a little wired vine and a a wooden circle. Excuse me. Geez, what is wrong with my mouth today? Okay, so then we're going to just take this and wrap it all around this bird cage. Now, originally, I wrapped it in a circular pattern like this because I thought that's what I was looking at on their site, but actually it was not. So I start off by wrapping it this way, and you could certainly do it this way too. Kind of left a little space in between, and then would wrap an area around and then continue around. You can see how I'm doing that. I'm like, okay, well, like every third or fourth, and wrap it around, and then go down a little bit. Like, this is why I don't do the numbers. And then I was like, no, we're not doing all that. So I just started randomly wrapping it around there until I got that whole piece on there. And then, of course, I went and referred to the website because I thought, now that don't look like mine. I will be fixing that in just a minute, though. So here are the little hydrangea pieces. I chose those because they have 4 petals, and I think there's like 5 petals on the ones on the website, but they're a real simple flower. So I thought, okay, well, this will work for that for sure. It'll lay flat. It's going to be easy to spray paint, and it'll work. We're going to use what we have. So that's what I'm doing. I'm just sporadically placing down some of these petals here and there. They do have one little spot, though, that doesn't even have like a vine attached to it. So I randomly poked one up there too, just because. So now you see that I have went and looked at the picture, and I'm going to start just picking little areas to clip it apart. Just going to clip it apart. And then I'll wrap those sections where they end around the metal pieces, just right around the frame, so that there are like broken pieces. And so here's the one that's just randomly up there, because they had one like that too. Their birdcage opens at the top. Mine does not. Mine is open from the bottom. If I were going to put anything in there, it would be a different story, but I don't intend to. I'm going to take that gold, and put 2 coats of paint on each one of these feet. And I'm going to go all the way up to the top part here, and I just put 1 coat on the back. Just a little bit, just in case, you can see underneath. We'll spare our paint, save our money, right? Give those a chance to dry, and then we're going to move on. This has been outside. I spray painted with that paint, and y'all, it has the perfect matte finish and dries super, super fast. Super fast. I am very pleased with my thrifted paint find. All right, so luckily my round fit right on the inside. I already measured, I already knew, and I did a dry run, so I knew it was going to fit. And it sits right on top of the little hooked places that were already on the bottom, so the little metal hooks fit right in there. That's perfect. I don't even have to glue it or do anything with it to hold it in place because it's tightly held in place. Here are those feet, and I chose 3 instead of 4 feet because there are 3 of those little hooked areas underneath, and I wanted to space those out near each one of those areas so that it'll give it an even distance. So I'm using E6000, and then I'll use hot glue to put on the bottom of here, right next to that little hook area. Hold it down. I hold it a little longer than I show you. I just edited that out. And then we'll go along and do the same thing at the next little hook section. Now, if you use a regular spray paint to do this, be sure that you give it time to dry in between each application so you don't have smears and runs all over the place. Then after you have all the feet on, this is how it's going to look. I think this is very pretty. I can see this for sure with a raven inside of it or an owl inside of it. Yeah, I really could. But you can do anything you want with your bird cage. You could certainly, theirs is actually one that you can hang. So it's totally up to you what you use, but mine is just a thrifted piece, and I was happy to already have it right here in my stash. The next is a black glass candle holder. This is the easiest one, y'all, so hang on. We're going to go back to our black chalk paint, a paintbrush, and this is a fake milk glass vase. How easy is this? Now they're calling theirs candle holders, but they look like vases to me, so I thought this is exactly something that any of us can do. And you can do it quickly, and you can do a set of them. You could do a variety of them. I can see these sitting on a fireplace, mantle, all year long with your candles in them. I'm actually going to be using battery operated candles, and if you're interested, let me know. And the candle that I'm using is one that I have already done a makeover on. Yes, I made over a candle, y'all. But if you're interested in how I did that, let me know, and I'll give you the link to the video where I actually created that. In fact, I have lots of videos that are Moody like this is, so if you're interested in that, be sure you check out my playlists. Once it is dry, this is 1 coat of paint. We're going to put matte clear on top of it, and this is the result. And yes, I see I have some scratch spots there. There's the candle. It is battery operated. This is how this piece turned out. So be sure you go to Michael's and check out every one of these so you can see how good I did. And if you like these projects, like I said, the first piece is a framed owl print. We'll be using a staple gun here, but you can use tacks, nails, whatever. Going to use some black chalk paint, whatever shade of black you prefer. This is rich black. Then I'm going to be using a couple of different brushes. I'll use this espresso paint. It's like a aged bronze look to me. I love it. I use it for a lot of projects. This piece that I thrifted, it's like maybe a resin or something, but it's a wall hanging and has a little bit of information in there, but I can't read that. So here's a frame that we've already flipped one time. I've just removed the mat and the picture that was in it, and we're going to use it again. You can see how I made my hanger on the top. Now look at this print, y'all. Are you ready? Look at this beautiful owl. And the peaches, orange, and the rust colors, that red back there. Here's the size of that print. Okay, so I'm going to take my chalk painting brush here. Love that it has a tip on it because you can get into the corners and the detailed areas very nicely. This is such a dense brush that it holds a ton of paint. I mean, you can really get that stuff on quickly. So I am just going to use that to apply this all over. If you don't have a chalk paint brush, that's fine. Just use whatever you want to get this down on your frame. And this is a wooden frame. After we've gone all the way around on the outsides and the inside as well, I'm just going to dry it quickly. Chalk paint dries pretty quick anyway, but I like to speed it along for the videos. Okay, so we're going to put this down, and I know I'm going to put it on this mat that's in the back. This is just a canvas, you can see here. But my picture is so wrinkled, I was afraid to use heat on it, and the tool that I was using did not get the wrinkles out. So I thought, well, if we use Mod Podge to put it down on here, it ought to press all of the wrinkles out. And I'm very happy with the results. You can be the judge yourself. So I'm just going to use matte Mod Podge on here and put a nice even coat, but it is a rather thick coat if I had to describe it in my own terms. And I'm going to make sure that my brush strokes are going in the same direction. I have a couple of little flakes from around the top of the bottle. You know, it gets kind of crusty. We call those glue boogers. I know it sounds gross, but that's what we call them. Sometimes they get down into the glue, so I was just kind of scraping those off. Okay, I hope y'all aren't easily offended on this channel because you know. All right, so I'm just going to put it down first with my hands, kind of eyeballing where the edges are. And then I'll take the little brayer with the little squeegee on the other side. This is a Mod Podge tool, and I'm just going to go over this and press it down almost like I'm ironing it out. I want to get wrinkles and bubbles out and make it nice and flat like it was already stretched onto a canvas, right? Now, if you get some of that matte Mod Podge on the front of your picture, which I did do, it's very easy to get off while it's still wet. So don't be too alarmed. I'm just using a water wipe, which is just a baby wipe that doesn't have anything but water on it. And I'm going to wipe over this entire thing. And then I'll take dry paper towels and go back over it. And this will take off any residue. You can do this if you accidentally bump it with paint too. You can just, wipe that off. It's always worked for me, so that's what I keep doing. And it's, pretty cheap. Pretty cheap. Okay. Everything looks good, and we are going to move on to this. Now, I did put some heavy pieces on top of that canvas to dry, and I did let that dry overnight. Moving on to this, we are going to go over this entire gold piece with this black chalk paint. There are lots of nooks and crannies all over this pretty piece, so I'm going to be sure to get in all those areas. This pointed brush works great for that. And I'm going to go around onto the back part of it as well in just a couple of little sections. Crafty Cruise Getaway. This was in our goodie bag, our little swag bags that we got from the Crafty Cruise Getaway. We want you to come and join us next year. Going to Mexico, y'all. So much fun. That information's in the description box below. All right, so now the frame is dry. And this beautiful little decorative piece is dry. I want to put this onto the frame to make it look like maybe it was made this way. So I'm just going to get the measurement that I like, the position on one side. I'll measure that down, mark it with a pencil, and then I'll go on to the other side and mark that with a pencil too. So I get it in the exact correct position. And I'm just going to use some Gorilla Hot Glue for mine. But if you want this to be permanent, be sure you're using some type of a super glue here. You could even use a brad nailer if your piece was wooden, but this is resin. Easy enough, right? So if you enjoy this video and you've seen other videos of mine that you like, please consider subscribing to my channel. We do a variety of stuff here. I try to make a little something for everybody. We have viewers from all over the place with all different kinds of beliefs, and everyone is welcome here as long as you are kind and positive, right? We want to keep this a happy place. So once we put this down, I'm going to just scrape away any excess glue that happens to poke out. I'm just using a little sanding stick over there using the slanted side to clean it out. And I'm going to add some hot glue in the areas that are touching the back, just for more support. I'm going to take that espresso paint, load it into the brush, tap some of it off, and then we're going to dry brush this across. Now, when I say dry brush, I really load it. I load the paint into the brush, okay? But by pouncing it up and down, it pushes the paint up the fibers into the brush, and you're not putting on as much as you might think that you're putting on, which is the idea here. This is going to be like an highlighter, right? It's going to bring out all the details in that frame. When it was black, you couldn't see those details, could you? But now that we're brushing that over the top of it, and to me, it's like a bronzy color, and I love it. I love it. I love it. Yeah, I like that. It brings out the highlights, that metallic. You could use a silver here. You could use gold, whatever you like. And then I'm going to make sure I get all the way around on the edges of the backside, the inside, all the areas, and then I'll move on to this section and watch the beauty here. Look at this. Is that not like, oh, it looks so pretty to me. And it's always a surprise when you're using paint what you're going to come out with. You know, I have so many people with good ideas of how they would make things their own, and I love it. I love it. I love how people say, you know, I'm inspired and I know what I'm going to do. They may not have the same pieces, but they have something similar that gave them an idea. They're going to go pull it out of their craft stash and they're going to work on it. And that is wonderful because this piece, this style to me, is something that I really love. It looks like an old tarnished bronze piece. And look at that. And to me, that looks like it could be one piece, like maybe it was made that way. After the canvas is dried, I'm going to go back over with just a little craft knife and I'm going to trim off the extra canvas because we don't need that. And it's just a little bit on the top and on the bottom because this is a Temu piece and they have a white edge around it. I think a lot of canvases that you ordered do. And I'm just kind of trimming that section off. We don't need it. And the white around the edges here, you won't see because it's going to be in the frame. This mat is bigger than the frame, and I like that because it gives it a recessed look, which gives it a little bit more of a richness, I think, rather than it being straight in the front or flush on the front. And I'm just going to use my staple gun here to staple these into place. These are short staples. I don't know the exact measurement, but I use this for almost everything I craft. It's like the perfect little measurement. And I'll go around in a couple of other sections just to make sure that we don't have any light peeking through on the edges. Everything stays in place. And how beautiful is that? I love that the coloring in this frame now really highlights the feathers and that owl. It really brings out the richness in the flowers. I think it's beautiful. And I hope that you agree. I think this is a very romantic piece. This would be beautiful in a bedroom, perhaps over the bed. It would be, I think, really, really pretty. So here it is, a little bit of a better look at it. Y'all, I know that not everybody uses Temu, and that's fine. This is not a sponsored video. I just find unique pieces there. But right now, Hobby Lobby is having like 75% off some of their decor. Go see if there's a print there that you like. Take it out of the frame and make something your own. Here it is with dimmer lighting. To me, that is very regal and rich. Very regal and rich. It almost looks like it would be metal, doesn't it? The next is a candelabra. This is a little one, y'all. So I'm going to use some type bond or some type of a glue. We're going to use this black chalk paint again. Some more of this espresso. I've got some napkin rings that are wood. And you can use any napkin rings. And some wood beads that we're going to color. I have 2 of these wood plaques. I'm sure you can get these at any craft store. And these little cups were thrifted. I never did find the piece they were actually supposed to go on. But I've had them for a while now. I thought they would be perfect for this video and these other pieces. So I'll take off the tags, easy enough to do, right? I'll take them off of both of these, clean them up, sand down any extra glue that's there, and I'm going to go over all of my edges and make them nice and smooth. A lot of times these raw wood pieces will have some splintering or some rough spots, maybe in certain sections, maybe not all the way around, but I don't want that there. It shows up when you put the paint on. They stick out. The fibers almost lift, the wood fibers, and it doesn't give a very finished look. So I want to be sure that everything looks nice and high end. I'll take the black chalk paint and I'm going to go all over these two plaques. One nice even coat. Be sure you get the sides. And then while they're drying, I'm going to take some black spray paint, put these in a box and spray them down. This dries very quickly. It's just thrifted spray paint. You can use whatever spray paint you have. So one side is flat on the plaque. The other side has like a curve or a lip. So I want to make sure that the curved sections are the ones on top that you can see. That's just my preference. And by the way, if you can't find these exact pieces, don't worry about it. Go to Dollar Tree and get their oval wood cut pieces. Right? You can definitely do that. It'll look a little bit different, but you'll get the same idea, the same feeling, I think. So I'm just going to go around the edge. We're going to sandwich these beads in between these two plaques. This is going to be raised. It's going to make it thicker and a little more ornate. I'm going to go around and around. Okay, y'all, I've been seeing lots of videos and hearing people talk about Bridgerton. Do y'all watch that? Do you like it? Do I need to put it on my watch list? I've heard it can be a little racy at times, but I'm wondering, is it worth a watch? I think I would watch it just to see what kind of decor they have. I think Regency would be really fun decor to make. So y'all let me know what you think. All right, so once that is all the way around, and I'm just using the Gorilla Glue to hold that in place, the Gorilla hot glue, I'm going to take my Type Bond, add that in a few sections here, and then I'm going to quickly add some hot glue in the areas that I don't have this on. So I'm going to quickly speed around there before the glue sets up. Travel all the way around until it gets back to that section. So it'll grab quickly until my Type Bond dries. Now making sure I got the right side up. It's kind of hard to see when it's matte black. Then I'll quickly press it in place and hold it, squeeze it tightly in the areas that have the hot glue. Make sure everything's lined up. And the glue that is coming out is easy to clean up. I'm going to put some weight on here. These are just little yard stones that I thrifted, and they are great for things like this. And a little piece of brick. Just get a Q-tip or a brush, whatever you need. Even a pipe cleaner would work here. And clean up your white residue. Just getting that off of there. I don't want anything to cheapen the look of this, right? Rich and regal and beautiful and moody and elegant. That's what we're going for. So I'm just going to try to melt the little pieces of glue strings that were around there that we don't need to look at. And I'm going to grab that chalk paint and go all over these wood napkin rings. And we'll let those dry. I have 4 of these. And I think some of y'all probably already know why there are 4 instead of 3. Someone asked me how to use these pieces that come in the canvases. They are very good to use when you are using like florals, when you're making florals. They are very good to use to lift projects up, and then there's just a variety of ways you can use it, like regular floral foam if you want. Now I'm going to measure off and cut a piece. I'll show you, see the size of this one? I've got some hot glue here. I'm going to glue the rings together, but the foam is not glued on the inside yet. That's just holding it in place while my glue dries. It's another good way to use it, right? And if you don't need it, you just take it back out. Then for the other 2 rings, we're going to leave those single. One is stacked, so there are 2, and then the other 2 are single. When this is dried, I'm going to go across it and make sure that I have a nice layer of chalk paint on top. I used the black spray paint, and it still left kind of a spotty appearance on there, so I went back over it with black chalk paint so it looks nice and finished and look like it is one piece that was made together. And now I'm going to lay out my foam pieces to see where I want to place these. Be sure that you do a dry run And make sure that you have enough room for the candle cups on the top before you do this. If you don't find these candle cups, there are little glass pieces that are at Dollar Tree, like a tea light holder. Just use those. And you can get the little silver napkin rings at Dollar Tree as well. So you can really do this with Dollar Tree pieces, except for the paint, of course. So I'm going to put these pieces in place. Then I can put these on top. Everything fits. Once I know that everything is going to fit, and I've already tried my candle cups, I'm going to add my Gorilla Glue on the bottom, slide it back down, and hold it in place for a moment to let it dry. And again, you can use super glue for these pieces if you want to keep this in your house forever. Keep in mind, I do 2 videos a week on Mondays and Thursdays, and from 3 to 5 projects in every video. I can't possibly keep everything I make, and I don't. So just keep that in mind. Pick your favorites, right? Pick your favorites, or either give them away as gifts. I know I'd love to be a recipient of something like that. So if you get a little extra glue on there, just pick it off. And if you need to clean up any little areas, put that matte black right back on top of any areas you got that shiny paint. That's going to make it recess and dull, and you won't see the marks. So here we go. We are going to do some brushing again with the espresso. We want all these pieces to look good together, and we want them to look like they could be all placed together in a vignette possibly, right? Or you could stretch them out across your decor wherever you would like. I'm going to go over here with this, go around all the little beaded section here, and then you can watch me go around the rest of it. Hey, I want to say thank you to everybody who is here, to all of my new people are here, because we have now reached over 72,000 subscribers. Thank you very much, everyone who is helping me out on my journey, goodness gracious, on my journey to 100,000 subscribers by Halloween. Yay! Thank you so much. I love y'all being here. If you enjoy it and you know anybody else who would like my videos, please consider sharing the video on maybe on your Facebook or your Instagram or any of your social media. You can even share my links and emails, right? Okay, so here we go. Around and around. I'm just lightly going to put this over here. Don't get upset if you get a blob of metallic paint somewhere and you think, that does not look right, that's too much, that's too heavy. Let it dry, then grab another chippy brush and go over it with a little more of that chalk paint, and then it will blend out. Yes, it will, but you don't want to do that while it's still wet because it'll make kind of a mess. So just let it dry and then correct it, okay? Now, I'm also going to go up the cups here because we want this to look like it is all one piece, all made together, and like this is perhaps metal or solid wood piece. Be sure you get the back. You don't want to leave anything open. I love how the texture of those wood napkin rings comes out when you do this. It looks like it was carved that way or created that way in metal. I mean, to me, you know, everybody has a difference of opinion. But yeah, look how pretty. Oh, and it's little. It's small. So this would fit in a very small place. It would fit in on a coffee table, you know, on a bedside table, however you want to do it. Now for the candle cups, I am going to take some double stick mounting tape. I'm going to cut it in strips, and then I'm going to use that around the bottom of the cups to apply it to the top of the napkin rings. Okay, so there'll be a section on each one of these. When you pull it and stretch it, it gets, it's gel-like, so you can really sort of conform it to the shape that you need. So, and you pull and push down with your other hand, pull it and press down with your other hand, press it back onto itself, and it will stay. Then you can put it down and press it onto the side of the napkin ring, and everything stays in place. And I'll show you in just a moment what I mean. It will stay in place. I've had a lot of great experience using this double stick mounting tape. You can get alien tape at Walmart. You can get nano tape. I order mine from Temu, but you can also get it. I've actually seen it at Dollar Tree, and it's with the hardware stuff, the tools and things like that. I've only seen it one time, so I don't know if it was a fluke or if it's something they're going to keep doing, but yes, I love my mounting tape. Isn't it pretty? And look when we put our candles in there. So pretty. That green glass is just so pretty. And the cuts in it, you know, the way that it is cut, I think is very elegant. I love this piece. Think of all the ways that you could do this. And if this is too short for your taste, use more napkin rings. If you have more, make them taller. You can make them like a pillar candle, you know, really tall to put in the center of a table if you wanted to. But this is just a small one because everything doesn't have to be huge. Some of us only have a dinette set, you know. Some of us live in an apartment. You don't have a huge farmhouse size table, so you need something to scale, right? Yeah. The next is frame butterflies. Okay, so here we go. We're going to use that chalk paint again. These are some butterflies that are clear and black. Perfect for these. I've thrifted this set. Can you believe I found both of them? Yes. They have this little metal backing here, which easily slides out. So we're going to take that out because we'll be painting these pieces separate. Here's the information if you can actually see it, because I was trying to see it to read it to you. It looks like Tanton, Mississippi, something like that. All right, so clean your pieces when you get them from the thrift store. Give them a good wipe down or wash them, whatever way you need to do it, depending on the type of material. And then get in there with that chalk paint after it's dry and just really work that into all detailed areas. Since I like to highlight the pieces that are ornate, the pieces underneath need more shadow to really make them pop. So making sure that you have pushed that black down into all those areas will really make the ornate pieces pop on the top. So if you pay attention, you can see I got both of them done, both of them are dry. When we move on to the highlighted sections, you'll see the difference. Now I'm going to grab that espresso and a little sponge. I'm going to load it into there, and I'm going to change this from a gold to the bronze color that is going to coordinate with the rest of the decor that we have in this set. I want everything to, you know, to be cohesive. That's just me, but feel free to make a variety of things in a variety of ways and just really be eclectic if that is what your little heart desires. Very easy to do. You could also use a brush, but I feel like I would have wasted a lot of paint that way. Once you have them both done on both sides, then you can let them dry, and then we're going to dry brush, and this is what I mean. See how it just really brings all of that out. I love this technique. Y'all see this in a lot of my videos. I hope you're not getting tired of it because it comes through in a variety of ways depending on how you use it, right? And it makes such an impression. We're using the same bottles of paint for this whole set of things, and look at the richness. You see the difference? Wow, that really makes it pop. We'll do the same thing on the other side. And I'm going outward, kind of at an angle. You don't want to go back and forth and side to side. It was probably going to muddy up your piece. It's going to be a little too heavy-handed and streaky. So just be sure that between layers, you really let it dry. Now, after it's dried, and I'm going to go back over it and try to make sure that both pieces have the same coverage, just for my own taste. When the backs are dry, we can replace those. If you have a frame that you get and you don't have this type of back on it, it's fine. Just use whatever you can find for it, right? You could even get like one of those cookie cooler racks. You know, you put your cookies on there after you bake it, or a baking rack, I guess is what it's called, and cut that into pieces and use it in a regular frame. Ooh, you could do that. You certainly could. Talk about making it your own. That would be really cool. I might have to show y'all how to do that one day. All right, so there are a variety of these butterflies in the pack, and I'm just going to grab a few that I like. Now, these are from Temu, but if you like the butterflies that are colored, you can get them at Dollar Tree. There are paper ones. I have bought the monarchs before. They are stunning. I have used them in many projects. but I wanted to give these a try. Okay, so mounting tape, here we go again with the mounting tape. We're going to be using that to attach these down to the mesh background because it works perfectly and we're not going to damage our butterflies. Because these are not paper, I'm not going to want to use hot glue, right? Because it would melt or warp it. I do not want that to happen on this piece. I am going to just use a little bit of mounting tape. I'm folding this, kind of making sure that the center of the body part of the butterfly is flat. So I'm folding the wings. I'm holding my thumb in place and then folding it so that that section is flat and the wings go up. Now I'll push them down just a little bit to make sure that I have my spacing right and that the butterflies are about the same flight level, I guess you could say. On the back side of the butterfly, I'll take my mounting tape, pull off the backing, and just press that down into the mesh. It works great because it's almost like a thick gel that you use on the mounting tape. It's like a thick gel. So it'll really stick down to that. It won't go anywhere. I have flipped and flopped these things around all over the place, and it is exactly where I put them. And they'll stay there until I take them off. Now I'm pressing the wings down just to make sure that I have it centered in that position. If I don't, I'll just lift it up and stick it again. Same thing here. I'm just going to kind of make sure that I have it where it needs to be and put that right down on top. It almost looks like a specimen, doesn't it? Sort of looks like that. I think also these pieces, they're elegant, they're beautiful. They would be great in like a dark academia. They would look really good with dark cottage core. And by dark, y'all, dark is not bad. Nothing I do or create is going to be negative or bad or harmful to you for your spirit, your soul, or anything. I'm a good person and I have the best of intention for everyone. And that's why I do so many different types of crafts on my channel instead of just one. Because I like to include everyone. Everybody deserves joy in their life. Everyone. I truly believe that with all my heart. Look at this little set. How adorable. Here they are hanging. And believe it or not, I didn't have hooks to hang these on with my backdrop, so I just used some more gel, the little double stick mounting tape right on the frame on the back side and stuck it to the piece. And then I peeled it off when I was done. So perhaps you could stick this down on your wall with some mounting tape. That would be really good if you are someone who lives in an apartment, you know. That would work. I love this little set. I hope you do. The next is our looking glass. Same two paints we used before. Yes, saving our money, y'all. Saving it and stretching it. Paintbrush, of course. Another paintbrush, of course. And then here is a mirror that, again, I got from Temu. Y'all know I get most of my stuff from there. It's just affordable and everybody in the world can order from Temu. I'm going to cover my mirror. Make sure it's protected. And I'm going to take all the pieces outside, spray them a matte black. Once that is dried, I'm going to take that same paint, same technique. For the bottom, I'm just going to start in the center and work my way out and downward with a, I would probably say a medium-handed dry brush because I really want this to look like metal. I really want this one to look like like an old bronze piece, right? So like I said, different techniques, using the same thing, stretch your money, and get a look that is very cohesive. Look what it does for this. Now, the material this is made out of is just a plastic. It's just a plastic. It was kind of a speckled white color, which was pretty, but look at the difference now. This thing looks like metal, for sure, in my opinion. Once it is done, I'm going to let you be the judge of that, but I could not be more delighted. I am serious. So much detail in this, and look how this comes out. See the difference? Oh yes. So we're going to do both sides. We're going to dry both sides. Also, I'm going to snap this piece together. Don't be intimidated. It's just 3 pieces. You just push it down, and then I'm going to put the mirror piece on there. Y'all, I only paid like $4.60 for this. Yeah, $4.60. So saved a lot of money. But you can thrift a mirror. You don't have to, you don't have to spend a lot of money. You can make something, make it your own. Now, I had some little black areas that kind of got spray painted because the tape wasn't all the way against the edge. And when that happened, I thought, okay, I'm just going to clean this mirror up. We're going to go with that. And I'm going to age the edge of the mirror just a little bit. I've got a long, fine tip brush here, and I'm going to dip it into that black chalk paint once it's dry, of course. And I'm going to go around the edge and just sink it down in there between the mirror and the edge of the frame. It really makes that mirror pop. It really does. It shows that depth between the mirror and the, well, it's a plastic piece, but you know, the frame. And smudge it out in places, leave it a little bit streaky in places, and it gives it an appearance of something that's got a little age. Not a very old one, but you know, it's got some age. You can certainly use any technique you would like to age your mirror, though, if you want to use it for a decorative piece rather than using it, you know, to put your makeup on or whatever. But I'm going to give this to my daughter. She has Harry Potter decorations in her room. She loves Harry Potter. She's read the books, watched the movies repetitively. And I think she's going to love this piece in her room. But I want it to function for her, so she needs to be able to see in that, right? Look at it, y'all. Oh, my heart is so happy. Really a lovely piece. I do believe it is very elegant. Now we're going to do a floral vase. We're going to use this piece that I have already used in our Michael's video. I've got some roses that they look sort of dried, some greenery pieces, and I've got these flowers that I've used in so many projects. I love them. Love the colors, and I chose the colors based on the floral pieces that are in that print that we used in our first piece. I'm going to dry brush the bronze all over this black, which was a matte black, so it works great. All over the whole thing. You can be as heavy-handed or light-handed as you choose on your piece. And, you know, certainly experiment. See what you like. Try some pieces a little bit heavier-handed and some that are a little bit lighter. It's just paint. You know, let it dry and paint over it and do it again if you want to, right? Chalk paint goes a long way. It sure does. And you save a lot of paint when you dry brush as well. So I've got this ready now. We're going to let that dry. And of course, that's when I chose my flowers. And then once it's dry, because I don't want to bump any of my paint off, I'll grab a few flowers and put in here. And y'all, I almost always try to do a simple piece, something that would be beginner friendly and something that will still play a big role in your pieces. Because if you use your pieces as a vignette, you want things that look good together, that match together. You know, you can put these all, you know, on your dresser and have your picture hanging up beside the dresser. You know, we want them to go together to look really good. So these little grass pieces that I thrifted, I've just cut those out of the pieces, and I'm going to take 3 of them and wire them together and put just a few little sprigs in here to give it a little more texture, a little more interest, I think. I love that they're red on the tips and green on the bottom. That's definitely something that's a little different. Just using a little wire to hold them in place, and then I'll cut it off. You have to keep in mind when you're doing a vase like this, it has a small opening, so you really can't put too much in there. It won't fit, right? So I had to cut some of these pieces down. I chose not to use the red roses, but to use these peachy yellow instead. And look how simple, look how absolutely simple yet elegant this floral piece looks. And it's going to be great with our other pieces. So here this one is. And the vase is a really pretty vase because it's got different cuts in it from different angles. So you could change it, you could turn it around to look at the different sides and see a different pattern. It's just a lot of interest, I think, in the piece. And the color combination here, to me, is very rich and warm. The first project is a pedestal tray. I've got some of this slate colored paint here. It is a dark gray. A candle stand with a wide bottom. It's going to give it some stability. It's about 6 inches across, 5 inches across on the bottom, and then a 12-inch round of whatever type of material you want. I would have preferred wood, but this is what we got. And then these are from Temu. This comes in a large package of prints. I think there's maybe 6 or 9 in there. We're going to use a few. I'm going to use some Mod Podge, the brush, and a brayer and scraper. And we're also going to be using, of course, some things to age it. Now, you always want to start off with your projects cleaning them well. You want to be sure your paint sticks, so I'm just using some glass cleaner here for that and let it dry thoroughly. Take it outside, spray paint it while it is drying. I'm going to pick a chalk paint that is similar to the background, and it's sort of like a cream color, so I'm going to use this on the back. I know that the size of this picture is a little bit more narrow than the entire width of this round, so I'm just making sure that the edges blend. You can see here what I mean by that. There's a little bit of overhang on the sides when I get it centered, so I'm just going to continue that and go on the inside, tracing it right to the inside all the way around. I'm using an embroidery hoop to help trace out because it fits, you know, to help trace out the figure on the picture. And I'm going to go all the way around carefully because I don't have this closed completely tight. You can see it kind of skip up a little bit. You can use whatever you would like as a framework or a guide to get your cutting straight. So I just have that in pencil, and that way I'll be able to erase the marks on it, and I have it face up rather than face down so I can see where I'm tracing. And I'll carefully go around right over the line and cut this out. And so it's going to fit beautifully on this round. I'll add some Mod Podge, spread it out, and because this is a canvas, not poster paper, that is actually canvas, I'm going to give it a good generous coat. You know, you don't want it spilling over the sides, but a generous coat to grab onto that canvas. Then I'll try to get it centered and then press it down with my hands. Then I'll use my brayer, and this is just going to get out any bubbles or lines that might be in there. But the thickness of that canvas makes it very nice and smooth. And then I'll use my squeegee and pull down and press on it. And if any bubbles out the side, go ahead and wipe that off, but don't let it rub back over the top of your canvas. It may interfere with where you put your wax when we age it. So now you can see I'm just going back over and gently removing that pencil line and wiping it away. And this is what it looks like so far. And you know, you could leave it like this if you like this, but I age everything. Now on this first project, I'm going to give it a really good aging. I mean, it is going to look very old and weathered, like maybe it was sitting on someone's porch. This one's going to get a lot of aging. But in one of the projects that we're doing in a few minutes, you'll see I'm going to give you an option if you don't like as much aging, how you can do it. So I always encourage you to make it your own, and sometimes in crafting we have to sort of experiment to see what we really like the best. So I encourage you to do that in your crafting as well. Now I'm just using a brush. I used a foam brush to go around the edges because I wanted to kind of have that line disappear, you know, the gap there between the canvas and the line, and I love the way that looks. I'm going in with a baby wipe and wiping down until I get the look that I like, and this is how I like it. Then I'll take some distressing spray, and I actually have two colors, but on this one I'm just going to use this brownish tone. It is a Tim Holtz product, and I got it on Amazon. Putting this brown on top of that gray gives it a little more of an aged look. It looks a little dusty. It's almost dimensional in a way that it turns sort of a powdery texture. I really enjoy it. Just started using it recently. So now once you get that chance to dry, we're going to try to find close to the midpoint. And if you want to measure this off by using some lines, you could certainly do that. But you know, I just like to eyeball it. I'm going to sand away any paint and then right down a little bit into the glass to just help bond that MDF or whatever that round is to the glass. Then I'm going to use some sort of a super glue. I'm using E6000 because in my experience it works really well and because I have a lot of it, so I'm going to use it. I've also learned recently from Kendra from Late Night Creations that Tight Bond is a very quick grabber, and so I've ordered some from Amazon and I'm going to be trying that out on my channel too. Alright, so I'm going to flip that over in the middle somewhat, and I found that if I pull it down underneath me where I can get right over the top of it, I do pretty good at getting center. Then I'm going to gently go around and drag a bead all the way around the top where it connects to the round, and this is how it's going to look. You can see where I did the distressing all over it, and then I did a little bit of try to add some depth there between the bones and everything, and I like it. I think it's really pretty. This would have been gorgeous with a piece of wood on top. You don't want to use anything heavy on this, right? Nothing heavy. You can watch my videos on Monday and Thursday at 6 p.m. You can be a subscriber for free, or you can join the memberships. Apothecary jar. So here's a piece of that canvas that I've just cut away from another piece, and I got a little jar that I thrifted. We're going to take some more of that slate spray paint. We're going to do a candlestick, the lid, and the jar itself. So if you want to take your plastic ring off, which I recommend when you're doing these over, just get you a pokey tool. Yes, we'll call it a pokey tool. Just pop that right off. It'll go back on easily when you get ready to reassemble it. Clean that ring as well, that area as well. While that's outside drying, we're going to age this little piece. I've already used my fine little scissors that I have, thanks to Jenny and Diane, who gave them to me on a cruise. It was a lovely gift and very welcomed, especially in this project. And I'm going to go all around the edges with a light amount of this antiquing wax all around this. This is going to give it some shadowing. It's going to give it some depth so that it doesn't look flat. And it is also going to age it, which is what we want when we're doing moody projects, right? So just mainly around the edges. I don't want to take all the color out. And this is how it will look when I've got that done. We'll do a little further aging momentarily. All right, so once it is done, this is what that jar is going to look like. And the lid, don't need to do the inside, not necessary. Don't know where the white paint came from. And then here's that candlestick. I've used it in a few projects and now it's gray. And look, y'all, we're going to put this right across the jar. Here are a couple of little buds and leaves that I also cut out that we can use on another part of this. So I see where my seams are. I'm going to make sure that I've got a point where it is pretty and there's no seam. And I'm just going to hold it in place with a little squeegee. I'll use some Mod Podge. Now, I believe this is the dishwasher Mod Podge. I don't recommend this one necessarily. It is very shiny finish, and if you put it on really heavy, it's going to leave brush strokes. So I'm going to go ahead and tell you this as you watch what I'm doing. Once you get this down and you get your glue all feathered in around all of the parts of this canvas, you want to go back in with a sponge brush and just pat up and down all over this. Okay, pat up and down all over it. That's going to take your lines out, and it's going to be much, much better. All right, and I just went nuts here with the glue. You're going to see me put way too much on, but I'm going to be wiping some back off. This was another one of those things that I have never done before, so I'm learning, and I'm showing you as I'm learning, because I think that's important. We don't always do stuff perfectly the first time, right? And sometimes it doesn't come out at all. But just so you know, if you're one of those crafters who says, oh, I can't do that, I can't craft like you, yes, you can. It's a lot of trial and error, you know? But that's what makes us better. Yeah? Okay, so you can see how much I have on here. Oh, yeah, there's a lot. But I'm going to be quickly putting it on and wiping it back. I just want to be sure that my edges are all sealed and that the entire project looks the same. Like, I didn't have to put this on here, did I? Probably not, but then the texture of the bottom would not look like the top of the jar, and everything needs to be consistent to get a look that I'm going for. But you can see I've wiped most of that away, and all of the white is going to be clear when we're done. Again, you're going to have to go back over this too with a sponge and pat, 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 or you can wait till everything dries and then maybe sponge on some chalk paint in a similar color, you know, all over except where your print is. Totally up to you how you do that. I just want you to see what we can accomplish. See, I love it. I love it very much. I think this is nice. It turned out how I had it in my head, and I am glad of that because I was worried for a minute, y'all. No joke. All right, so now I'm going to age it a bit more. I'm going into my antiquing wax, and I'm going to tap most of that off. And then I'm going to start going around the entire candle stand. We'll do this on the other pieces as well, but I don't want to get anything heavy over the top of our little print because I don't want it to disappear. I want it to still pop. Just going back and forth, back and forth. It's a very little bit, but it really changes the color from that cool tone down to a more, a warmer color, I guess you could say, slightly warmer. And yeah, I could have started off with a warmer color, but I'm using what I have, y'all, and that slate is what I had, so that's what I'm going to use. All right, I'm going to go around the edges of the jar top. I'm going to get in the decorative rings that are around there, make sure that all of it is nice, and then I'm going to put the little rubber piece back on, or plastic, whatever it is. Then we're going to take that candlestick and we're going to sand the top of that one, just like we did for the tray. I'm going to sand it, I'm going to get that paint off, any Mod Podge off, and I'm going to get right down into that glass. You want to wipe that away and get all those little pieces off. Don't do it with your bare hand. You may end up with a splinter or a little piece of glass in there, and you don't want to do that. It would help if the bottom of your jar is flat. Mine was not, and I didn't pay attention to it until it was time to put it on here. So just make sure that you check that out first, because if it's a bubbled bottom, and sometimes these jars are, it's not going to sit straight. But mine works. I get it right in the right position, and it works, thankfully. So I flipped it over. I'm going to push it to the center. Thank you for stopping by today. I appreciate y'all being here. If you've come from another channel, thanks for stopping by. If I was recommended or if you've been here for a long time, I appreciate you very much. I also appreciate the members who support this channel, who help make this content free for everybody else. It's helping my channel grow, and I appreciate it. Okay, so now we're going to age some more. We've got some of that brown that we used before, and I'm going to spritz that on just here and there, not too heavy, not too close. Once that is drying, or you could probably do it while it's still damp, I will take some of this other spray, which is like a dark silver, tarnished silver, and I'll add that. Then I'm going to dry it. And this is how our Apothecary jar is going to look. What would you put in yours? You'd hide some candy in there. That's what I'd do. All right, the next project is a framed canvas. So here is our smiling skull, looking very happy and jubilant in the spring colors. I'm going to need a piece of cardboard because I have this frame that has no backing. To give you an idea, this is the size of my frame. And that should give you an idea about the size of that print as well. Don't have those numbers with me, but it should give you an idea. You can see that somebody has already aged this. I got it from the thrift store, and I am going to give it a little more love. I'm not going to be using these hangers, so I'm going to take those apart. Oftentimes, you'll have these heavy-duty hangers on the back. If you're going to be putting glass back in there, I do recommend you replace those. If not, you're using something lightweight like foam board and canvas, just, you know, you don't have to have these hangers. You can put them back on if you'd like, though. Okay? Make it your own. Always make it your own. Okay, so we're going to pop all those off. That's easy enough to do. Save them because you may need them in another project. I'm going to try to peel some of the paper off, and the pieces that are stuck on, I'll just sand them to try to make them a little bit more flat because we're going to be painting this, and I want it to be a nice finish. The inside ring here, or the inside square, is kind of yellow because it's actually supposed to be where you sit the picture down, but I like more of a shadowed look, so this part I take advantage of and give it a little more depth, especially in Moody projects. It's really nice to have that shadowing in there. I'm going to use some Dollar Tree chalkboard paint, and it is black, like a matte black. I'm going to go all on the inside there, cover all that up so you can't see any of that yellow. And then I'm also going to be adding that over the entire back of this project. And if you get any kind of going over onto the painted surface on the sides or front, just wipe that off. When it's dry, this is how it looks. It's a nice finish. And now we can work on the front. So the frame, as you could see the little tag I showed you, actually said gold. So I knew already that there was gold underneath this gray paint. I'm going to take my little foam sander here and go over and just bring back some of that gold. It's sort of a brassy gold, not the pretty color that I was hoping for, but you know, that's okay. Again, trial and error. But I'm going to be adding some antiquing wax on that in a little bit, and it's going to tone it down just a tad. But you still will have that dimension in there that is so beautiful in these projects. And it really makes your projects stand out, and they're different from everyone else's, right? So I've cleaned off anything that I've sanded, and now I'm going to go back over all of this with a little bit of antiquing wax. And the beauty of using a baby wipe or a facial wipe for this is that because they're already damp, you can move that wax around more before it stays in place. And I like the idea of doing that because you can put some on, you can take it immediately back off if it's too much or you don't like how much that you've added. You're going to go over the inside, the outside, and also on the outsides of the frame. Not necessary to do the back, by the way. I'm going to blend it nicely, and now the tone of that is a little warmer, so it's going to look better with our Apothecary jar. I like my pieces to look nice together. I want pieces that I can use together in sets. Now this I like much better. You can see it's subtle, but you can definitely see it in person. I like that. Let that dry and let's work on that canvas. Be sure you wash your hands. You don't want to be putting any wax on top of this one because we're going to age this a little differently. I've just cut down a piece of cardboard a little bit bigger than my canvas, and I'm going to add a little bit of hot glue here and use a squeegee to press this down into the paint and drag the paint so that it kind of smears and there's no line. I don't want a line in here. I want it to be nice and smooth. And so doing it this way, you pull that line out before that bead of paint or the bead of glue has a chance to dry, and it'll be nice and smooth and flat. So I hope you try that because it works if you're moving quickly. Yes. All the way around. And we're going to leave it a little bit bigger because it's going to be attached to the back of the frame. All right, so for this part of aging, I'm going very, very light. And what I'm mainly focusing on here are the little flowers. I'm going to bring that color down just a tad. We're going to make it a little more moody. And for moody, you know, we don't want a bunch of bright. I still can appreciate the color because it is spring. And when y'all recommended some spring moody decor, I hope this is what you were thinking of. I hope this is how, you know, that you like these pieces because not everybody enjoys moody. And some people think that, you know, skeletons and bones and things should be only for Halloween. But I think you can appreciate the techniques, even if you're here and this is not something you would make. I'm giving you a lot of tips and tricks in here, so I hope you can appreciate that. All right, so I'm going to take that same walnut stain, which is what I'm calling brown, and I'm just going to get that, hold it at a distance, and just kind of spritz that lightly on my canvas. This makes a mess. You're better doing it outside, but it was very cloudy the day I did it, so I couldn't do it outside. So I've added the walnut and the tarnished silver on top, and that's all you have to do to age this one. Be sure that you let this dry, or you use your hair dryer or some type of a tool to dry it. And if you wanted to go around and add a darker line somewhere, you could certainly do that. Totally up to you. I'm going to flip that print over, and then I'll turn it over to see how far up or how far down it needs to be, and I'm going to lower it just a tad. And this works for me, but if you want to measure things, you can definitely do that. But this is how I do it, and it works for me quickly. Then I'm going to take some very shallow staples, very shallow, and I'm going to staple these pieces together. Just going to staple each corner down to hold this in place. You could probably use hot glue to do this, but if you ever want to take that print off and use it for something else, it would probably be better if you just stapled it. Do you like this one? Yeah, I think it's pretty nice. So here's a very simple little hanger that you can use on lightweight pieces like this. I'm just going to tie a couple of knots in the string. I'm just using some jute here. And you could use wire if you want to use wire, totally up to you. This is just one option. There's so many ways you can do this. If you've enjoyed the video, I hope you consider subscribing to my channel because I would love to have you here. And I'm always trying to bring you something different. And I always talk to you in the comments because we have a lot of fun. Turn your notification bells on, y'all, because I am working toward a goal of 100,000 so I can get my silver play button to share with y'all by Halloween. I would love to have y'all be part of that. So consider subscribing to my channel. And I appreciate you very much. Once the glue is dry, you are ready to go. Your picture can be hung and you can begin the decorating process. Putting them all together looks very nice as well. The first is the Witchy Decor. We're going to use some black chalkboard paint from Dollar Tree. Mod Podge, I'm using matte for my project. A variety of paint brushes. Sander, or any type of little sanding tool. It needs to be small, even an emery board. This eek sign from Dollar Tree, they've had it for years and years. Y'all look at this.
What's the big idea?
Really? Really, Goodwill? Anyway, these came off of a hanging sign from Dollar Tree that I took apart and used in another way. So I had these left. We're going to use these. These are from Amazon. I'm going to have that link for you so that you can look yourself. Scrapbooking paper, and then I have these in, the pack comes in a variety of sizes. A piece of fabric. I'm going to take the hanger off because we don't need it. Tried to pull it with my hand, would not come off. They're attached with staples. So it's got a little bump there. I'm just going to sand it, and to make it nice and smooth, because in the end I'll paint the back. To start, we're going to paint around the edges and in all of those in-between spaces the chalkboard black color. You can use any black you want, but the chalkboard paint and the chalk paint gives a really good coverage. So you're not going to have to do but one coat on here, and it's going to cover it up and give a very nice outline, which is going to make your project pop. And we like that, don't we? We like those projects to pop. Around and around we go. I found using a narrow brush on a narrow piece really helps. Don't worry though, because you're going to see in a minute I'll make a mess with the paint, and I will show you how you can clean that up. And you do need to clean it up when you put other pieces of stuff on top of it. So this is what it looks like. Of course, you want everything to dry thoroughly. I've even cleaned up the table a bit. This is the fabric and the two pieces I know I want to use. I'm going to trim down this fabric to go on the lowercase e in the middle here. Just going to trim that down. It does not have to be exact because we're going to be trimming it up. No problems, no worries. So now I know where I want it. I'm going to take that Mod Podge and put it just on the lowercase e. And I'm making sure that I make that line straight across the uppercase E. I feel like this is English class. Okay, and we're going to go all the way around that little loop part, because I only want the fabric on here. I don't want it to be on the other letters or the exclamation point. Feels like I'm painting. I'm just trying to get an even coverage here. And you know, when you use fabric and Mod Podge, you want to be a little more generous. So then I'm very lightly going to drag this squeegee over the top. This is a Mod Podge squeegee. I have been asked before where I got it, and I got it from PLAIDonline.com. Now I'm going to go right on top. I'm lifting the corner to make sure that I get it just on the E underneath. So I'm just kind of looking underneath to make sure I get it in the right spot. And I'll go all the way around the E with this Mod Podge. So I'm going to go over the edge here just to overlap it. The idea is to get it, you can see the E through the fabric here. And so what I'm trying to say is you want to be sure that you extend it over the sides because we want the whole thing to become a different texture. Every part that has glue on it is going to be more papery. And when it's that texture, it's a whole lot easier to cut and take off. So I'm just making sure that that is completely flattened out, and I will start drying it. I like to use my heat tool here because I just find that it makes my process a lot quicker. A lot of projects, and I'm trying to save time where I can. If you're enjoying this video so far, consider subscribing to the channel. I appreciate it so very much. So now I'm going to take this scrapbook paper, and this I've used it in other projects, so I'm just, it goes in the bucket with my little scraps, and I'm going to start tearing the paper. You want to tear it in the way that the white part is on the outside so that it looks torn, and it's also going to give you a bit of a divider or edge so that you can tell the difference between the papers that you're using. You will understand when you see me put it down. I know sometimes I say it and it doesn't sound right when it comes out of my mouth, but my brain knows what I'm saying, so I hope y'all's brains know exactly what I'm saying. Now, I'm going to start to cut out. I know I want to use these two witches on these papers. I love these little witches. I think they're cute. And the funny thing is, one of them looks like she's scared. Now, what in the heck is a witch scared of, right? She looks like she's spooked out by something, so we're going to go with it. I'm just going to do a rough cut. And then, of course, if you want a fussy cut, you can. But I want to leave part of it kind of rounded and, not as angular, I guess. I don't want to cut her out into a block, and I don't want to take the time to do a bunch of fussy cutting because I'm going to have to make a backing anyway. May as well wait until I can cut it out on a thicker piece, right? So once the fabric is completely dry, I am just going to take my scissors and begin to cut anything that I can cut with the scissors. This is just like the first cut. It's a rough cut. Get the excess off there. And then I can use a utility knife or something like that, an X-Acto knife, to get off anything that I can't reach with the scissors. And I'm just going to go round and round and look for all the excess. I like to kind of start with the outsides because it just seems to be easier to get to, and then I work my way down to the more difficult pieces. This is a little sanding stick that I got from Temu. Y'all, if you're here today visiting with me, I thank you for your time. However you found yourself here, I really hope that you find something you like and stay. Okay, so where I'm able, I'll use my little micro sander here. And you can use a piece of sandpaper wrapped around a pencil, something like that, if you need to get in those spaces. That's how it looks so far. And then I'm just going to sand off all that extra paint that I got that overlapped on the sides because I was hurrying. Because again, the kids are back in school. And I'm going to go over that and just clean it up. I don't want any of the lighter colored paper to, when it's wet, to show that black underneath. So I want to keep it crisp. And I want to see where I want to put my little witches. I like that she's looking upward. I think that that's cute. I like the position of it. And then I just decided to cut the wording off over here. Now you can use anything you want. You can use cards from Dollar Tree. You can use stickers for this. You can use cutouts, whatever you want to use. You could even get a coloring book, color it yourself, cut them out and use it. You surely can. And I do think Dollar Tree has some Halloween coloring books. So you'll be in luck with that. Yeah, I think I like them there. Now look, this is the back of cards. I got the front of the cards for a project, so I cut the back off and we're going to use it. How about that? I could not find my white cardstock. This is going to work perfect. I'll use some spray adhesive. I'm going to take them outside, spray it, put it down. It's going to stick quickly and permanently. So I'm going to take it outside because it has to be in a ventilated area. Spray it and bring it back in. Look at that. She's not going anywhere. There's not a wrinkle to be seen anywhere. Now I can start deciding where I want to add all of these pieces. I'll just add some Mod Podge. That's all I'm doing here. Adding some Mod Podge and then sticking down the pieces where I want, and it's totally okay if they stick out or overlap. Okay, that's what we're doing. So you don't worry about what is sticking out, what overlaps, and whatever. You can feel it and you can tell what's going to be on the top and what's going to be shown, and that's what you want to focus on, because you're going to be cutting off, sanding off, removing the pieces that are overlapping on the insides of the letters and that sort of thing. So it's almost like a puzzle, but not. You know what I'm saying. We've decoupaged before. In fact, I've done another project with the same ink sign that I love very, very much. And I will try to find that video and link that for y'all if you're interested. There's a lot of potential with these words. I think one says boo. I think. So yeah. Moving along here. I just want you to see that you can use a bunch of different media. I've got fabric on here. I've got some cardstock. The prints are thin, like a regular paperweight. They're not thick. They're thin. Now, when you put Mod Podge on, if you're bothered by wrinkling in Mod Podge with thin paper, you're going to not want to put the top layer on here. You're going to use a little bit and let it dry. This is Halloween, and for me, it will look more aged if we leave the bumps and lumps in there, and that's what I'm going with. I'm just embracing it and moving along. Now, since we've got these on the cardstock, it's much easier to cut without worrying that I'm going to tear anything. And I'm going to trim around the hat and then pretty much leave the rest of that outline right where it's at. It's going to give it a little more beefiness when I am ready to put it onto the ink sign, because I'm going to have these overlapping a little bit. See, they're kind of overlapping, kind of hanging off the E a little bit, and that's what we're going to be doing. So the cardstock is going to help with that. By the way, today's date is August the 15th of 2024. So if sometime into the future you see and hear my comments, that's why. If you don't understand, then that's why. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to put a little bit on the back, decide where I want her to go, put a little on the back of her, and then press it down. Now the card will try, well, I'm going to say the card, this little witch, it will try to come up a little bit or curl upward, but as you're drying it, all you have to do is tap it down and it will stick down to the bottom. I'm going to Mod Podge over the top of everything, and I put Mod Podge on every time I turn around. I'm putting more Mod Podge on because I want this to be one piece that stays together. And once we start cutting and trimming the pieces away that we're not going to keep on there, I want to be darn sure that nothing comes loose. So it looks kind of ratty right now, doesn't it? But it's not going to stay that way, so don't worry. I'm going to dry it. You can see the little witch on the bottom. I'm patting her head down so that it stays on the glue. I'm going to also flip it over and do the back of it. And then I'm going to put it on a surface that won't hurt. See, I put it on here. I do have a self-healing mat. Put your spectacles on. But I'm doing this on the back of a canvas that I got from Dollar Tree. I just use this canvas. It's like a little cutting surface. You can cut through it. It's not going to hurt your table. It works great. So that's what I'm doing. I've also painted on it. I just left the plastic on it. Talk about saving some money. Yeah, and we can still use this later for another project if we want. Now I'm using my utility knife and trimming off what I can there. You can also grab your little sander and you can sand off. Look how that black just pops around all of that when you get it trimmed. It looks so good. Wait till you see it when it is completely done. I like it a lot, and I hope that you do when you feel inspired. So some of that paper overlapped on that E. I just peel that off. I don't know if I leave that in the video or not, but I do peel that off, and I'm just cutting around. I'm feeling where I need the knife to be, and I'm leaning it right up against the it's not wood, the MDF or whatever it is, and using that as a guide so I know where to cut. And it works really well doing it that way. And then you can also use the knife to scrape off what you need to scrape off. Now I am going to put some distressing around the edges. This is my antiquing wax, because you know how we do on this channel. I'm using a finger dauber, and I am going to go all the way around the edges.
Get ready for the ultimate Christmas crafting experience. Join Sammy from Unicorn Dust Designs, Brandy from Making It My Own DIY, Kendra from Late Night Creations, and Kay and Trish from Crafting Cousins for Christmas Crafting Live. We will have two themes, Santa and Nativity. Purchase your kit now by clicking the link below. Deadline to order kits is Monday, September 2nd to ensure we can get yours to you in time for the party. Christmas Crafting Live, Saturday, September 14th at 7 p.m. Eastern.
All that information's in the description box below, so you can check that out. So continue along, and if you get a little bit of wax someplace that it doesn't need to be, just go ahead and wipe it back off. It is not a problem at all. You definitely want to wait and do the waxing step last. Look, he's got the boogie fever. Wah, 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 wah. I thought he was funny. I thought y'all might could use a little laugh. I got a little serious there, and I don't want anybody worried, okay? I'm all prayed up. I know where I'm at. It's okay. It's going to be all right. We're all going to be all right. So continue around here and go all over as much and as heavy as you like. The places that you can't get with a sponge or a sponge brush, or you could even use a Q-tip if you wanted to, but you just go ahead and grab your brush and add that wherever you need to add it. And then dry it, because wax has to be dried too, just like paint does. Paint and glue. Then as I'm drying with my right hand, the left hand is cleaning off the table, getting ready for the next project, because that's how I do things. All right, now I'm going to go around here, and I am going to add in the wax around all of these pieces. All around the edges. It's kind of bumpy. I'm going to go around the edges, and then I'm going to go around the little opened area on the sides. I also decided when I did that to go ahead and pull that color in and over the top of the orange, just to mute it out a bit too. I want everything to look like it belongs together. I'm going to use these little blocks. You can get pieces like this from Dollar Tree and glue this on the back to give it a little more stability, because we're going to be putting the other pieces on there, which is going to add some more weight, and I don't want anything to become unstable or fall apart. That'll do it. Then of course we're going to paint the whole thing black on the back. Now for those of you who wanted to know how I decide what goes where, I am going to show you. This is just kind of how I do it. I just put it there and decide what I want to do. What you see in my videos is once I've decided where I want to put it, for the most part, because my videos can be quite lengthy if I show you everything, and I don't think y'all want me to keep you that long. I know y'all have other things to do than watch my videos, but I appreciate you being here for sure. Now try your best to put the glue where there is no wax, because sometimes the wax can repel the glue, which would make a weak bond and things could pop off. And if somebody walked by and knocked it over, then you might lose a piece, and you don't want that to happen because you worked so hard on it, right? Make sure that the spider doesn't get in the, or anything doesn't get in the way of the bottom, so when you stand it up it will sit flat. And this is how my final piece will look. You could add lights if you wanted. You could just paint these if you didn't want to do the decoupage, but I love doing the decoupage. I think it's a unique look, and it's kind of fun for me. I like being a messy painter, a messy gluer, a messy crafter. That's how I am. Y'all see how I used the fabric on, I kind of pulled that to the very bottom and added some at the top too. It's just torn pieces of that same fabric just to bring that color up a little bit. And I really do hope that y'all like this. Again, you know, what I can link, I will link for you in the description box below. The black flame candle is next. This is from Temu. This is similar to the one that they have at Bath & Body Works. It's the candle holder. If you have that one and you want to change it, you could certainly change it. But for me, I have this one, and I am going to be giving it a little bit of a makeover to make it my own. I am going to recycle this flameless candle. I'm going to use painter's tape and some gloss black paint. Also some flamingo red and some color shift paint. I'm going to use a couple of brushes. This one has a little point on the end, a little fluffy brush with a point. We're going to start off by taking some masking tape or painter's tape or whatever tape and putting it right over the flameless part of the candle, the little tip where the light is. Wrap that up because I don't want to get any spray paint on here. If you get spray paint on it, you won't be able to see through it, and we still need to have a bit of light come through to make it look like a lit candle. So the alcohol spray, if you don't seal it, will wipe off. So I'm going to take a baby wipe and go ahead and wash that off. Clean it and get all of the little corners and just make sure everything is nice and clean and nothing gets in the way. Then I'm going to dry it as well. You do not want to put paint on top of any wet surfaces on the wet plastic or it will not stay. Take it outside, spray paint it one good coat, let it sit. While it is drying, we are going to work on her. So I'm going to work on the sleeve, and I'm going to take some of that color shift paint. It looks white at first, but once you put it down, you can see that it's like a purpley reddish color, and it will actually dry as an iridescent type coloring. Look at that. It's very pretty. Try to keep your strokes about the same, because unless you don't mind if it's not even, it would drive me nuts if I had a clump of color in one spot and none in the other, because I look at things that closely. I am that girl. I am that hard on myself. That would drive me crazy. So I want to show you how to do it the right way, and I'm just going to make sure that it's even all over the entire sleeve. It's black underneath, and then this is what's on top. Then you need to let that dry. So I like to use my drying tool to save time, and you'll see that the color will change as it begins to dry. You're going to lose the milkiness of that whitish color that, I don't know, the background, whatever you want to call it, and then all you will see is the shift in the color, which to me is very magical and pretty. Okay, so you're going to let that dry, and then we're going to take some of this gold. How you dern? Nice to meet you. And I'm going to go over this brassy gold color. I like the idea of it being more aged looking, so I'm just going to go over this here and get all down in all the spots and color it. And then I will dry it. And I'm also going to do the ring. You can see the difference once it's dried. And look at that sleeve. Nice. Okay, so then I'm going to take the red paint and I am going to work on her fingernails. A little fact about me is when I got out of high school, I went to cosmetology school, so I did get my cosmetology license, and I learned how to paint nails and do all those good things. So just trying to make it nice and clean like I would if I was painting my own fingernails. All right, so this is 2 coats. I let it dry in between. Now I'm going to take the ring and we're going to fancy that up. So what I'm going to do is clip off the little knob that's on the ring, and then you use this little sander to sand it down and get all the shiny off and get down to the gritty stuff. And then we're going to pick a stone for her ring. And you got so many thrifted options, beads, you can use just about anything. I decided to use this little sparkly red bead. It looks like a ruby, and it's actually a button, so I'm going to clip the back off. Then I'm going to sand it so that it will be rough too, because the rough surfaces are going to stick better together. It gives the glue a little something to grip to. So I'm going to use E6000. I'm going to add it on there and then sit that stone right on top of it. Now, that gives her a nice look, and I think the ring looks so much better. She looks very rich and elegant. Right now, she looks kind of like maybe a skeleton, a vampire, a ghost with the white hand. We're going to change it in a bit. I'm going to add some glossy Mod Podge to the fingernails to give them a shiny appearance, like she has acrylic on her nails. You know, shiny. She wants to be pretty. She's a sophisticated gal. Nice even strokes so when it dries, it looks like actual fingernails and like she really had a manicure. We're going to let that dry and then we're going to begin to age the piece. So don't get scared. I'm putting a lot of wax on here. I don't normally do it this way, but sometimes this is what it calls for. So I'm going to just rub it in here. I'm using a rough brush and I'm going to pounce it down in all those little open areas in the design. And then I'll take a dry paper towel and wipe it back. I'll look at it and see if it's giving it the depth that I want. And if you see that maybe you wiped a little too much off, all you have to do is grab that brush, add a little bit back, and just continue the process until it is just the way you like it. Wax does have to dry, just so you know, it does need to dry. We're going to start working on the hand. So I'm putting this all over the fingers, the wrist, the inside of the hands, around the fingernails, all over the place. And this is going to change her. It's going to look a little more, I'm not going to say realistic because, you know. For all the information for the Crafty Cruise Getaway, look in the description box below. Now I'm making sure that I pounce this down in all of those little wrinkles and depressions in her fingers and around her fingernails. I'm also going to go on the inside of her fingers and in the palm all the way down to the cuff. Then I'll take a soft towel and just wipe that all back. This is like a baby washcloth. I got a pack of them from the thrift store. And they work great for these projects. They're very soft. And so I think that gives her a little extra eerie vibe. What do you think? But you can certainly do yours any way you like it. Just make it your own. Use mine for inspiration. I've decided I want to add some lace here. I like this pretty doubled over. It's like two different rows, different types. It's a satin and a lace. I think this makes a pretty cuff. It's about the same size as what she already has around her wrist. You could use black, you can use red. Just let your imagination run wild. This is your piece. This is your candle holder. Make it as dressed up or dressed down as you like. And if you like it just the way it was, leave it that way. You could still make a pretty candle to put on it. Glue down the edge, cut your trim off, make her nice and neat. And this is how it's going to look. And then we're going to address that black flame candle. So now that it's been painted, we're going to take that tape off of the light or the flame. Now we need to make this look like a black flame. Right now, if you turn it on, it's just going to be a white flame or yellow. It's kind of a yellow color. But we need to address it because we want to make it look like a black flame. So using some more gloss paint, and this is just in the little bottle. You don't want to spray paint this because if you do, you're not going to see any of the light peeking through. But by using this technique and pouncing it on that little light section or the little flame section, it's going to look when it's sitting still like it's solid black. But when you turn the light on, it's going to look like a smoldering piece of wood or a smoldering charcoal, something like that. Once it's dried, you can take some more of that color shift paint and color right over it. I'm going to just gently apply this to that dried paint. Definitely make sure it's dry and just starting at the bottom and kind of pulling it toward the tip of that flame so that it's pretty even when the candle is not, it's not, air quotes again, burning, or it's not on. It's pretty. It's going to be even brighter. Now see, doesn't that look like charcoal, like a smoldering piece of wood at a campfire or something? I love that. I think that's a convincing black flame. What do you think? It's not blue, but I think it'll work. All right. Now, because this little depression where a candle goes is not the right size for my chosen candle, I'm just going to fill in the gap there with some of this thick, it's like a felt. It's like a felt sheet. It's what I use on the back of like pictures and things that I make. Y'all have seen it before. And now it will sit right down. I'm making sure that the flat part is up against that finger so that it scoots all the way back. Okay, so now we're going to use this type of brush. It's a fluffy brush. It's kind of rounded on the bottom. It makes painting this type of thing so much easier. I'm going to start toward the candle flame and then go outward all the way to the edge because I wanted to add some magic to my candle. If you don't want to do this, you don't have to. It's totally up to you, but I think with this color shift paint, it really makes it look like magic is spilling out of the candle, which for me, I love that. I think it's pretty. Now, it's going to be more vibrant the more layers you put on here, and I did add, I think, maybe 3 layers on here. It dries fairly quickly, in my opinion, in my circumstances. It dried pretty quickly. That's what it looks like at first. You see it's kind of a milky look. But then look at after 3 coats. Does that not look like magic just spilling out of that black candle? I love it because it looks like the magic comes from the inside. Almost like when you see those bleeding candles and they look white on the outside and then they start to drip the red, which I think they're kind of gross. I don't like them. But in the circumstance, I can compare it that way. Like it's a black candle, but once you light it, all this magic comes out. I think it's so pretty. I think she is so fabulous. Look at the paint on that cuff of her sleeve. Oh my goodness. And the old aged looking metallics, the gold, and then this iridescence. Here it is when the lights are off. So it was requested that I make a black flame candle. And so this is my interpretation. I would love to know how you would make your black flame candle. Take mine as inspiration and make it your own. Look. It looks antique. I love that. The next project is a spell book. Here's that other little piece. Some Java chalk paint, brushes, and also some black chalk paint, and this little book that comes from Dollar Tree. I know that I want to put this on here because I want to add a little more dimension onto the book. And I thought, hey, let's make this like a magic book. So we're going to put this down on here with some hot glue. I'm putting the glue down and then smearing it with the hot tip of that glue gun, smearing that around because I want it to make sure that it's flat, but I do not want this to pop off at all. So I'll do a couple of things to make sure she stays in place. I'm going to get it centered, press it down, flip it over, give it a little time to dry. And then we're going to address the little line or the gap between the outside. So it's kind of squared off where it meets. And we're going to do it like you would do caulking in a bathtub. So you want to go around the edge with the tip of the glue gun right in the angle there, right between the two. And just pull that bead of glue continuously all the way around. And that's going to kind of seal it and make it look like it's made into the book cover rather than glued on top. I've taken the Java paint and painted everything except for the pages on the side and the top of the book. And I'm going to paint the bottom of this the Java color too. Just my preference because it's going to be sitting on a shelf. It's going to be standing up on a shelf actually, so you won't see it. But if you want yours to lay down like in a stack, of course you would want to make this look like pages as well. But who wants to see those holes in there, right? Nobody wants to see those holes. So I'm not going to do anything to draw attention to that. They do kind of disappear though when you put black or dark brown on there. All right, so now we got the pages to deal with. I did make a mess on the top, but I want to show you that it doesn't matter. I'm going to take this mocha paint and have these pages looking like they're aged. I'm going to put it where all the pages would be, and you see that it gives a pretty good coverage right over the top of that. I don't need it to be complete full coverage because we are also going to age these book pages, and you're not going to notice any of that darker color underneath. You could do plaster, you could do white, you could do gray. If you wanted these to be solid gold, they could be solid gold. If you wanted them to be bronze, you could paint them bronze. So many options for just the tiniest amount of money, right? And you most likely already have a variety of paints that you already love in your house, so use what you have. I'm going to go all the way up to the spine of the book. We're going to make sure that that is good and dry. This is like a puffy sticker. I had a few of these from the scrapbooking days, and I saved them, and I've used them in projects, and I really enjoy them because they have an aged look. But in order to make this look like it's part of the book, I want to be sure I don't have any of that paper showing. So I am going to take some black paint. You could also use the Java paint if that's what you choose. It's a very dark brown. And I'm going to go all around the edge to cover up the paper color and just, give it that extra little bit so that it doesn't stand out as being a sticker on top of a book. I'm going to try to get that placed where I like it on the bottle that's on there. And it says potions, so you can see that it's a potion bottle, and this is our potion book and our little spell book. Okay, y'all, the numbers. Y'all figured out what this 1693 is? What movie is it from? Think about it. And I'm also going to take these tree stickers. I do use 2 of these. I'm going to get these ready and set them aside and start working on this book over here. I just knew that I had to get those stamps out. I didn't want to forget what I wanted to do with them. Just like when you're putting on blush, you want to pack it into the brush and you want to tap it off, right? You want to get off the excess so you just don't smear your face up with color. You don't want fully saturated color. That's kind of like it is here. I'm using like a stenciling, kind of swirling over the details on the corners of this book. Now I know that the dark brown that I used, you can't really see all the details in it. Trust me, take my word for it. They're there. There's a lot of detail in this little, what is this? Plaster piece, ceramic piece. And I'm going over it with this black to make it really kind of give the depth that I'm looking for. And sometimes the brush sheds, just flick it off like I did. Now you can see it, right? If you want to do the whole book like this and that's all, you can. See, I'm getting around the edges too, just like how a book would get kind of dirty and bumped up on the edges. I'm going to drag it all down that spine, but with a lighter hand so that it doesn't look as dark. Now, the lighter little spots you see on the back of the book is just because of the material that the book is made out of. And until you seal that chalk paint, it will do that potentially. Now I'm going to go back over and use either black or the brown paint that you use all over where that glue is from the book. I'm going to let that dry, and then I'm going to take another little rough brush. It's not a chippy brush. They were all dirty at the time. And I'm going to take some more of that Java paint and just barely drag it across to make it look like pages. I'm going to grab my favorite espresso, push that paint up into the fibers of the brush, really push it up in there, and I still thought I had too much, so I grabbed a paper towel, pounced a little more off. Now I'm going to lay that brush almost at a 45-degree angle and just lightly pull it over the details. Now you can see the details. The good thing about this is because you put the black down underneath, it really recesses those areas, and the areas that are higher that you're putting your metallic color on looks a lot higher. So the spaces look deeper. Does that make sense? It gives more of a look of depth. It really does. It makes it look more like something that has been carved, into the book. And I love that. I think it makes the piece look so pretty. It doesn't take a lot of work, really, and this is just a very little amount of paint. And you can build it up as much as you want because everything that you touch with that metallic color is going to be highlighted. I'm just putting a tiny bit over the potion just so that it looks like it belongs on the book. You could use a silver here, you could use gold, you could use copper, whatever you want to use on your book. You could make your book completely black rather than using the dark brown. But to me, the difference in the colors is what makes the depths and makes everything look it just pops to the eye to me. Now add as little or as much as you want. I'm also going to do the binding or the spine of the book by dragging it across. And I thought, you know, the fabric that you see on old books, it's not just like a paper. You know what it is. Y'all know if you have an appreciation for old books, it's a fabric. And it almost has like a hash type pattern. It's like a linen that's on the books. So I thought by making that crisscross that it really would sell the fact that this is a real book. In my mind, you know, as real as you can get it for something that's a craft, right? And then I'm going to take what's left on the brush and drag it across the areas of the pages. But like I said, your pages could be completely one solid color if you would like. Now, of course, we did it to the front. We need to go on to the back and do the same thing. So I'm just dragging it across the back, and I'm going to do in two different directions, lighter in the center and heavier toward all of the outside edges. And it just gives it more of a like a fabric look on the back. And you see my little fingers fit right down in the bottom. It makes it easier for me to hold the thing while it's wet. Now I'll have this link for you as well. And this is Tim Holtz. This is not a sponsored video, but I ordered some of these from Amazon, and I think they'll be great for this project. I'm going to take this ink pad and I'm going to go right over this 1693, just tap, tap, tap. This does have like a distressed look, the stamps themselves. And I think I thrifted the stamps, but you could get something at Dollar Tree, I'm sure. I'll sit it down, and without moving it up, I'm going to rock it back and forth. It looks weathered and worn and old, and I love it. Then I'm going to add a tree at the bottom, pressing it down and rocking it back and forth gently, and then lifting that off. And then I decided to try a different tree for the other section, and I was so excited that these stamps fit on this book. It's given me so many ideas. Making sure my placement's where I want it. Same thing, I'm just going to rock it a little bit. And I'm not even going to distress over the top. I'm going to leave it just like that, and I think that is so cool. And if you didn't guess, this is Hocus Pocus. Yep, our sisters from Hocus Pocus. Let that thing completely dry, and she is ready to go somewhere in a vignette in your home. And you know, really honestly, you could use this in Moody Decor any time of the year, but at Halloween, this is a good one to add. Here she is, and I think it turned out very nice. It's different. It's special to me. You know, it's exactly like I like it, and I encourage you to make things exactly how you like it. No need to copy anybody, right? The first is going to be a Gothic butterfly pumpkin. I've got a variety of paints here. We have a silver. This is a very dark gray, and then this is black. There's barely a difference between the two. Got some paintbrushes. This little stand came in a box of goodies that a viewer has very generously sent me. I knew exactly what I wanted to use this for. This is a pumpkin that I have painted copper in the past, and we're going to give it a makeover. These are from Temu. Get whatever butterflies. You can use stickers, you can use cardboard, you could use cutouts, whatever you want to use from wherever you want to get them. Just letting you know where mine came from. I'm going to paint this entire thing, the chalkboard, black first. Whole thing. I'm using a brush with long hairs or bristles so that it can get down in all those little recessed areas in the design. It's like a filigree design. I'm going to take the dark gray or the slate gray, and I'll use that on the pumpkin while the stand is drying. I don't want to give a full heavy coat here. I want to have some of this copper still showing through because this is going to have a lot of dimension just wait until you see how it turns out. I'm very pleased, very pleased. So I will concentrate the color on the bottom and the top. I am not focusing on the ribs of the pumpkin at this point because we're going to do something a little bit different in those for some additional dimension. I'm not going to paint the stem. We're going to leave it like it is. And you can see how it looks. You can see the lighter areas where the copper shows through. This is a matte paint, so I'm just going to go ahead. You'll see the color changes slightly. I'm going to dry it. And then once both of these pieces are dry, we are going to, well, first I'm going to go over this bottom piece with some of the chalkboard paint. Now, I realize when I'm looking at this, without my glasses, of course, that you might not notice that much of a difference to the eye when you first do this. I am dry brushing this slate gray over the top of the black. It is very subtle. You can hardly see it on the camera, but in person, it definitely makes a difference. It brings out all the highlights of the curves and the filigree and the different sections on here, right? Because this is going to go right on the outside pieces, and that black is going to create the shadows that are on the lowest part. I think y'all understand what I mean by that. All right. Once that is done, I'm going to go over it with a little bit of heat just to dry it quickly. Then I am going to grab some of the black, the chalkboard black, on my little chippy brush, and I'll go between each of the ribs. Now, it's not important that you go between every one. If you have a pumpkin like mine that is more of a natural look, that has ribs that are very, very close, you could just choose where you want to do it. You know, space it out and just choose where you want to do it. And it's going to the eye, it will change the shape of the pumpkin somewhat. I love what it does. I absolutely love what it does. You can tell the difference already. You see that? Yeah, I really, really like that look. And of course, if you don't like the look and you don't want to do it that way, that is totally fine, but it's a lot of layering going on this pumpkin, okay? So hang with me, stay with me now, y'all. Don't give up on me yet. Dry that layer, and then I'll grab some more of that sterling silver. This is just on a bath sponge that I've torn into pieces, and I got it at Dollar Tree. This is really good for a textured look, and we're just going to pounce this all over the pumpkin. Don't push it down into the recessed areas because we made those black intentionally, right? So we want this to go all over the top. We're just lightly pressing this down. If you're enjoying or learning anything from this channel today, I would love it if you would subscribe and help me reach my goal of 100,000 subscribers by Halloween. I thank you so very much. All right, so we're just going to keep on. Look at all the dimension. It almost looks like ash or like it was burned, but you can still see that copper underneath. Oh, I love this. It just looks like tarnished, rusty metal. It's just giving me so many Gothic vibes. And I really do hope you like this, that you will try this on a pumpkin. It's just paint. If you don't like it, you paint over it, right? Yes, exactly what I wanted. Now the center of this little stand here is depressed, and I need it to be raised up somewhat so that the bottom of this pumpkin will sit flush with it. And I am just going to use some of this mounting tape to do that. This is just a double stick gel type tape. I believe it is called nano tape. It's referred to as nano tape. And anybody in the comments, you want to tell me what it's called at Walmart? I think it's alien tape. You can put that in the comments to make it easier for people to find. I'll have it linked, though, in the comments where I get it. All right, so I want to make sure that the pretty side of the pumpkin, the right tilt of the little knob on top, and the legs are all in the right order. Once I know it's where I like it, I'm going to press it firmly in place. If you don't have the depression in yours, just use some hot glue, whatever type of glue you want to use. Okay, now I'm going to turn it where I want the front to be. And I'll grab those little, they're not stickers, they're like a magnet. They have a little magnet piece in there, so you could really put them on anything metal. But these have little skulls all over them. They are a butterfly, they're not a moth. You can see it's like a swallowtail. You can bend these to change so that they're not exactly flat. You can bend them to change the shape slightly. They're like a PVC plastic type stuff. And then I'm just going to decide where I want to put it. Now, the design I'm using on here is not anything new. Lots of people have done this, and a lot of places are selling items like this, where you have like a swirl of butterflies or moths around the pumpkin. That's what I'm doing. This is just my own spin on it, because I'm really trying to drive home the point that when you make something your own, and you really enjoy it, it just changes the whole entire piece. We could all do an orange pumpkin with a black butterfly if we wanted to, but if you want your home to be unique and really reflect how you feel you want your home to look, then, go ahead and make some of those decisions on your own. Make some decisions to change it. You could use monarch butterflies. You could make this more of a rustic look if you want to. But with the metallics and the black, and with these little skulls on the black and white butterflies, it just screams Gothic to me. Let me know what you think. I could also have added a little bit of glitter or paint to these black and white butterflies. I did a little bit of practicing, and I just did not like it. For me, it just felt right to leave them like this. I'm just going to continue that swirl up to top. I see that I have like at the medium size. There's a larger one in the pack, but it just to me was overwhelming. So I used the medium, and then all of the small ones will trail up to the top. And it will end with one solitary butterfly right on top of the stem. And I like the look of that very, very much. And here's one sitting right up there by herself. Hey, I just want to say thank you. I always want to let you know that you're welcome on my channel. We don't talk politics or religion or anything of the such. We keep it positive in the comments and positive and supportive all over the place in this channel. So whatever brought you here today, I am very happy to welcome you with open arms. We have a lot of fun over here. We get very creative, and I'm always offering a ton of encouragement. So I want you to feel welcome here if you are new, and if not, thank you for staying with me all this time. It's been 4 years, y'all. Okay, so this is how this beautiful pumpkin is going to look. Look at all of the dimension and the color in that pumpkin. I love this. And like I said, I just left the stem the way it was. Take liberties, change things up however you see fit. You can make yours silver. You could paint it black. I'll always tell you that if it's something that you really enjoy and like, it doesn't matter what other people think about it. It's your home. It's your surroundings. You need to do what makes you happy. And not just in crafting, but in your entire life, right? We hold the reins. Okay, so the next is going to be a Gothic chain of photos. This is a piece I've thrifted, and I have actually used it for a Christmas DIY on another person's channel. Arrows DIY, if y'all want to see that. And then I have some stickers, and these are actually bottle labels. I've got some of that beautiful copper and some chalkboard black, a chibi brush, a paintbrush. I'm going to start off by using the copper. And I'm going to go all over these framed pieces. I liked the way it looked to begin with, but I figured, you know what? Let's just play around. Let's play around, like I said a moment ago, to just paint. If I don't like it, I'll go back over it. But I really love this beautiful, dark and deep copper. Hey members, I love you. Thank you so much for your support and your continued encouragement for everything I do on my channel. Thank you, thank you. And also thank you to everybody who's here. So once you've continued all the way around, all the way down to the bottom, and you've also done your chains, we're also going to pounce that all over the chain. I'm going to take the black, take a lot of that off, and I will dry brush each of the frame pieces. Just dragging it over there, it's going to get right on the top. See the difference? And the idea for me is having these looking aged. I think with the Gothic, it doesn't look clean. I think the crustier, the older, the more tarnished it looks, the more convincing it is of the age. So that's why I do it this way. I'm going to go over with that same paint all over where we painted the chain copper. I'm going to dry it off. And you can see that I painted the backs in the copper also. Now I'm going to use these like little pictures in here. They're going to be little photos, like the perfect size for this. All I have to do is trim it a little bit. So to do that, I am going to put the pictures right underneath the frame. Trying to keep them in line, because if you don't, then you're going to have a crooked picture. And then I'll take a pencil, mark the back on each one. You don't want to mark on the front necessarily, because then you have to erase it off. So if you can do the back, that's usually better. Now, since I know this is the inner ring or the inside, I'm going to need to leave this a little bit larger than my pencil mark, because we don't want it to fall through the frame. So I'm going to leave it a little bit larger. Just go on the outside of where I made my ovals. Very easy to do. Yes. Now I'll take a felt sheet. You see this is a firm felt. I'm pretty sure you can get those at any craft store, but I did thrift like 12 of these, and I love using them for backings. They're just perfect for this. And they're flexible, but they're still firm. They're great to use, just in my opinion. So we're going to peel these stickers, and I'm just going to place them down on the felt and push them down and rub them into place. They're going to grab a hold to the fibers on that felt, and they'll stay on there without you needing any additional glue. Again, right to the outside of that oval, just right to the outside. I will cut those out, each one of those, and they will press right down into the frame. Now, if you need to, you can put some hot glue on yours. I'm not going to need it for mine. I'll go over, because you can still see the white. And I'll go over and just pounce a little bit of that black paint all the way around the edges, so when it's in the frame, it just has a shadowed or cameo look. I just love it when there are things that need to be fixed and then you fix. So now that we have our little cameos ready, we're going to give them a little burst of heat, get them dried. Be careful though, you don't want to melt or bend anything. And then once they're dry, you can just pop them right into the back, and for me, mine just stayed. They were just the right size. Don't you love it when something works out? I really do. Y'all, it's the small things, and it should be the small things, right? I'm learning every day to be grateful for every small thing. If yours don't fit, go around it with a little bit of hot glue. If it's trying to pop out, just go around it. Now I decided to even out my ovals, add just a little bit more in there to really give it some depth. And I like the way this looks. I could almost see this hanging at an apothecary, just hang it in there, just have it looking real cute. You could have this hanging off of a pegboard, or you could have it hanging off of the little, your chest, or whatever you're using to decorate, your coffee bar. You could put it anywhere. Anywhere. You can hang it off of a cabinet knob. I did thrift this piece, so you could always make your own though, with some little frames and some chain. But I hope you like this piece. Really easy and quick to do, but I think it does have quite a bit of impact. I love it. It brings me joy. All right, the next is a Gothic jewelry box. I love this paper. I'm going to grab this black and white paper. This is a little box I recently thrifted. It already had this little foam in it, so maybe this was a jewelry box of some sort. It's just a little wood box, very plain. It's got, I guess somebody replaced the clasp in the front, and we're going to do better. We're going to do better, y'all. Grab up some more of that dark gray and some more of that same silver, my little sponge. And then here's the hardware. I ordered mine from Temu. Get yours wherever you like. Wherever you like. You could even take it off of another piece. It comes with these little screws. All right, I'm going to start by removing the flimsy pieces here. I'm not worried about keeping these in place, keep them in order, because I know that I'm going to use more decorative pieces on mine. I'm just going to put these in the trash. If you recycle, throw it in with your metals and go ahead and recycle it. We're going to fix it. It's going to be so much better. I know you will agree. Now, it has already been cleaned. I am just going to sand it off. I'm going to sand off, not that it's rough, it's pretty well done, but I want to get off any little bumps, any little snags, because I want this to look like a metal box in the end. I'm also going to round out the corners with my sanding block. They are foam, which makes it great for this because you can press down and it gives you the room to do that. Just going to round them out slightly. And then I'll go around just the whole box and do this. If it needs to be done on the inside of the lid and bottom, you could do it there as well. Be sure anytime that you sand that you then wipe it off. I'm just wiping it with a dry paper towel. Didn't have a lot of, oh, I'm thinking fallout, and that is not the word. Sawdust. There we go. Sawdust. But I'm going to wipe it out really well anyway. Okay, now I'm just going to set this on a piece of plastic that I'm recycling. Protect my tabletop, which I'm still going to have paint everywhere. Let's just be realistic and honest about it. It's going to be all over my hands and probably some on my nose and my hairline and everything else. You know how we do it over here. Okay, so I'm going to continue along and I'm going to paint this whole thing. I'm going to be careful not to paint on top of my metal hinges. I'm going to paint up to it, and the flat edge of this brush makes it great to make a nice line. You can see how easy that is. It's all in the tools you use, y'all. Pick the right brushes for the projects that you're doing. I'm going to open it up once it's dry, and then I will go around the inside walls with the black as well. I don't need to paint the bottom flat surface of it because we're doing something different. All right, so my chippy brush, I've gotten almost all the black out of it. I'm just going to add a little bit of silver, and then I'm pushing this down over all of those screws because we want the screws to have the same finish as the rest of the hinge, clasp, whatever you want to call it, lock, mechanism, whatever. Go over that. I am just, it's a little more than a dry brush. I'm pressing down a little more than that, but I don't want to get it into the recessed areas. There's a lot of detail in these two really, really pretty pieces, and I don't want to destroy the dimension that's already there. Now, for this sponge piece, I am going to use a piece of recycled cardboard that it's got some spray paint on it. I didn't intentionally do that. I just cut it out so that it will go on the back of here. I want to add some of my Quick and Thick, and I am going to spread it on here like I'm putting butter on bread. Okay, and I'm going to chase it across the table, just like that. And then I'll put that in place. I'm leaving a little space around the edge of it just because when I cut it out, it turned out that way. You can put some weight on it, flip it upside down, give it a little time to dry. Then I'm going to take a piece of felt. No, not felt. No, that is not what that is. This is a little bit of fabric that I had left for some pants from another project that I did. And I'm going to use that beautiful velour, and I'm going to fold it around this sponge because this is going to be the bottom, and this is going to be the place where we put the jewels. You know, if you have rings and things like that, you would want to be able to cut some little slits in here to slip the bottom of the rings or the earrings or, whatever, down into it. So we want to fake that that's what we're doing here. But if you want to use this for your actual jewelry, you can certainly do that. I'm just going to show you what it would look like as a prop. And we'll fold our ends in and glue those down as well. And I know it looks kind of funky there on the end. It looks kind of puckered, but when you push it into the box, that won't matter. We can't get too precise about everything, can we? We certainly can on this channel because I don't do the math. I don't do the numbers. So there we go. And now you can't see it at all. It just blends in with the sides. Perfect. Perfect for my intents and purposes. Now I'm going to grab some Mod Podge. I'm just going to be using it on the bottom, so it doesn't matter what finish that you use. I'm using matte. Variety of what I use is matte. Majority, rather, is what I... Okay, yes. A majority, my preference, there we go, is matte Mod Podge. Y'all, what is happening to me? Anyway, so I'm going to put that down all over the bottom. Going to try to make it kind of even. I don't want any gaps, or I don't want any bumps or anything in there that's going to cause wrinkles. And I'll just press it down. That's not a heavy coat. That's a light coat. You could also use glue stick, but I didn't think I could get into the corners good enough with a rounded glue stick. So this is why I did the Mod Podge. Then I'll use my little squeegee tool. You could even use a credit card, a store card, a shopping cart, a driver's license, whatever you have to do that. Just press it down, make a nice, beautiful decorated top. Y'all, I have done lots of black and white type decor. I sure have, and I really, really, really enjoy it. You can get paper, by the way, similar to that print at Dollar Tree. It's in the contact paper over in the kitchen area. That's where it is in my stores, or where the glasses and cups are. So you can get some contact paper if you want to do that, if you like that print. Okay, so we're going to give that time to dry, and we're going to put the new latch on here. Y'all, I absolutely love this. So I'm going to put it together, set it down right over where the original holes were, because they were actually in the right spot. And I'm going to use the tip of my little screwdriver to just make some holes in here to give me guides for where I want to put my screws, and it also helps hold the screw in place. You can see the new spots there? It's going to help hold that screw in place while I screw it down, because they are tiny. So just to cheat a little bit, I'm going to add a little hot glue to help me hold this in place so it's not wiggling around while I'm trying to put the screw in. How do you like that little tip? Yep, you don't need a lot. It's definitely not going to hold it without the screws. It will pop off because it's metal, but it will help you hold it in place while you get your hardware down. Just like that. And you know what I like about this particular little clasp is that you can actually turn that bottom side the other way, and it gives it a completely different look. It still snaps. It's gorgeous. It's pretty. It's just my opinion. You could always take something off of a thrifted piece that you have and use that hinge. How about that? Really stretch your dollar. Now I'm going to screw this in, and yes, it looks terribly aggressive. I don't want that screw to run away from me, so I'm making sure that I hold it. You see how tiny it is? Even in my little bitty hands, my little bitty painted hands, because you see, I never disappoint when it comes to that. Now we're going to go in and do the bottom section too. And I love it. I love it. Now, doesn't that look so much better? So much more high end? Yes, absolutely. By the way, that's only one coat of that dark gray paint on the box. Only one. Now I'm going to go with my little sponge and my brush. No, with my sponge and my paint. And I'm going to get this all over here. Y'all, it's one of those days again where I'm struggling with my words. I did not feel good yesterday. I had a lazy day. I had a headache. I could barely make myself work. And I feel like today I'm still a little bit trying to get myself back in order. So please forgive me in this video. Do not let this one video deter you from subscribing on my channel. I promise. It gets better. It really does get better. We all have those days though, you know? Speaking of, thank you to everybody who's been so kind and commented and responded about my situation and my kids and everything. I'm not going to go on and on about it because I choose to focus on everything that's positive, but I just want you to know I read all my comments, every one of them. And if I don't comment on what you put in the comments, I am still going to be giving you a heart and a thumbs up. And some people are actually going to get blocked because they're very nasty, but most people are fantastic and I love it. Okay, so once the silver has dried, I'm going to go back over with some black and my chippy brush. This is just to darken back over the areas that I need to darken. If you have any spots that are a lot more silver or any blobs, this is going to help soften that look and make it look much better. You can look at this as a galvanized piece. You can look at this as a tarnished silver piece. Totally up to you. I'm going over the hinges with the black, so I want it to look tarnished and old. And this is how it's going to look. You see how I got heavier all around those edges? All right, so you can also do the inside edges of the box if you want to. I didn't do it because I forgot, frankly. Now I'm going to show you some ideas of staging this. I've got some little buttons. I've got some little crystals and things that have been thrifted because I like to pick those up. I like to pick them off of other things. This one's broke at the top, but we're going to use it. And keep in mind that if you're using hot glue to place these down, like I'm trying to make them look like rings that are pushed into here, be very light on the amount of glue you use, because the silverish color that's on the back of the little backing for the rhinestones can chip off, and then you'll see your hot glue, and you don't want it to look sloppy, right? Now, this is like a hollowed out button, but I thought it looked like a snake, so I decided to use it, thought it was appropriate. And these are they're little black spiders with red in the middle that are for jewelry pieces, so you could make earrings or whatever with them. But we're going to pretend like they're actual earrings, and we're going to press them down into there. Okay? Now, y'all, bought some new wax. I got this from Amazon. This is not a sponsored thing. I just wanted to try it because that black paper in the top needs to look kind of old, doesn't it? So I'm going to pounce it in, take it off. It's like a gel type texture. It's not runny like what you get in the bottles, like the antiquing wax I normally use. So I see so many possibilities with this. I really, really like it. And the container is enormous. I'm going to try to link this for you if you're interested in something that's more of this consistency, because it is a big, big container. Look at it though. Man, with a fluffy brush. Woo! And then I'm getting all over the sides here, and it's not going to wet the paper. I love it. Look. That's exactly the look that I wanted. Now I have just a raven sticker. And y'all, I'm sorry I can't tell you where I got it from. I've had these since the scrapbook days. I have had several of these little bubble looking ones, and I save them and I reuse them over and over. But I haven't used the raven yet. So we're going to put it in this box because I think it's perfect. Why not? This beautiful, elegant Gothic lady probably has a great love for all things raven. You know she loves spiders. This is how this little beauty's going to look. I'm obsessed. I love this. This would be so cute as a treasure box. If you don't do jewelry, you could put markers in it. You could put secret letters in here, love letters, love notes. You could use it as a recipe box in your house if you wanted to. You could put bath bombs in here. You could put your treasured caramels and Reese's peanut butter cups in here. So many options. So many. If you like black licorice, red licorice, put that in there. And I hope that you are in love with this piece as much as I am. The first is going to be a Moody framed raven. So this is a piece of cardboard we're going to use for backing. Here is a black frame that I thrifted. This is some double stick mounting tape that I use all the time. This is from Dollar Tree. It is a metal ribbon or edging, and you can use whichever type that you like. And then these little wood pieces, and these are corner pieces that came from Temu. They're wood. Going to be very pretty. We're going to make our own beautiful frame. And look at this print. Yes. It's all inspired by this print. And this came from Temu. And anything I tell you that came from Temu, you're going to get the information in the description box because I'm an affiliate now. Okay, so we're going to put a lot of Mod Podge on here just to get a nice even coat. It's going to look like a lot, actually, when you look at my brush. It's not. We're going to feather it out. We're going to make it one thin layer all over the mat. If you don't want to do it this way, you don't want to put your print down, my experience is this just keeps the wrinkles out, but you don't have to do it this way. The print's a little bit bigger than this backing, so all you would have to do is flip it over and hot glue it. And I do actually hot glue my edges down on the back later, just to get them out of the way. But you can definitely cut them off. So when you put your canvas down, this is canvas, not poster. Put the canvas down, it's thick. It's going to take a little bit of work to get it to stay on that board, but don't be discouraged because that's just the cardboard backing. It's not MDF, it's not wood or anything like that. The glue is going to grip between the two, and I'll show you what you can do to keep it down and in place. So you can do like this and put the frame on backwards and hold the edges down. You can put weights on top of it. I flipped mine over and put weights on it and put it aside. Now we're going to take this regular flat blah looking frame and we're going to make this look beautiful and expensive and Gothic and just castle romantic and hauntingly wicked. I'm going to use this double stick gel tape. I use this mounting tape all the time, and I'm going to put it on the corners here. I'm putting it going a little bit on each piece. So like the corner will have a piece going one direction and one going the other direction. I'm using miter shears. You use whatever you want to use to cut your wire or this metal piece here. It's very thin and you can weaken it by just twisting it like this. You don't have to have an exact cut and it doesn't have to be exactly even on the edges because it's going to be covered up with the wood embellishments shortly. So you can use, like I said, whatever tool you want to use to cut this. I imagine if you just kept twisting it back and forth enough, the metal fatigue would, kind of break it loose. So here we are. And you can see this is not completely all the way to the edge on both sides. It's not. Not a problem. Now I'm going to take a little bit of glue and put that in between. This is my E6000. The reason I'm doing this is because if I use that sticky tape all the way down, when we do the paint technique, it's going to take away from the depth that we have in there. Does that make sense to you? You know what I'm talking about? I don't want it to have that flat appearance. Now, you won't see it in the corners, so that won't matter. So the glue is going to help kind of disguise and maintain, I guess, those openings and all that decorative stuff. Okay, so now this is how I'm going to hold that metal piece in place. Got it flat and I've got clamps on it until that glue dries. Then I'm going to go and do the next one. I just flipped it around and I'm doing the next side, same thing. Hey, I just wanted to say thank you. Whatever brought you here today to my channel, if somebody shared the video, if I popped up in recommendations, or, if you're here all the time and you've got your notification bell on, I appreciate you being here today. It means a lot and it helps my channel grow. All right, so we're doing the same thing here that we did before and on the other side. Now this definitely has a print that goes in one or the other direction. It's not mirrored, in other words. So if you want to make sure it goes the same way all around, just be conscious of that when you're placing these on your frame. So now here it is, all dried. The glue has dried. And you can see some of it has a little bit of rust on it. That's not a problem. Don't worry about that. It does overhang and make this look a little bit more substantial, which I love. Okay, so these pieces are going to be on the corner. You're going to use a little bit of that mounting tape or some E6000 and hot glue. The oil rub bronze and the 2X Rust-Oleum is what I'm going to be using today to spray this down. We got everything together, sprayed it, it's dry, and we're going to bring it back in. If you're enjoying and learning anything from this channel today, I would appreciate it if you would subscribe. I am working on a goal today of 100,000 subscribers, which is my silver play button, by Halloween, and I appreciate it. Okay, so now you can put lights on the inside. We have that little overhang if you would like to have a lighted up project. But don't worry, if you don't want to do it on this picture, the next one we're doing will have lights. Now you can see here, I just used the hot glue on the back. Everything is dry, I left it overnight. I'm going to take some of this espresso. I use this a lot in my decor. And I'm going to use this to kind of dry brush over this entire piece. What it will do is, right now everything is the same color, which is what you want initially. And then putting this on here is going to highlight all of those places that are higher up. And there will be more depth from the black in the places that are not hit by the espresso paint or the bristles of the brush. So a lot of this depends on the amount that you load into your brush. It's going to depend on the pressure that you use when you are putting this down, how hard you push down, and the depth of whatever pieces you're using. So something with a lot more detail like this really is a great way to practice doing this. So I'm just starting on my corner pieces. I like to start off light. I know I say it in every video, but for those of you who haven't heard it, I like to start off light when I'm doing this. And then if I want to build it up, I'll just build it up. Now I've sped it up a little bit, but I do want you to see the process because I don't want anybody to be afraid to paint or try different things. Heck, I've got some resin now My friend Indiana Jones, Indy Annie, I do it all the time. She uses resin, like a quick cast resin, and I bought some and I'm practicing with that and I absolutely love it. So, I'll be showing y'all that too. That's me learning something new, and I really want to encourage y'all to do that. Don't be afraid. Go ahead and see, there may be some things that you try and you don't like, but that's okay. Move on to the next thing. You could at least say you gave it a shot. You never know what you might be really gifted at, but you won't know if you don't try. All right, so now I'm just kind of brushing that over on the back of the frame. I'm going to use my little dryer here, my little heat tool. I'm going to go all the way around it to make sure everything is dry. Now this frame has a little bar on the bottom that you can kind of tuck your canvas into. So that's what I'm doing here. I'm going to tuck it in, press it down. Then you can use hot glue and go around the edges if you want to, just like this. I'm not going to use anything because mine fits perfectly in here. And, I'm always changing stuff out. This way I can use this frame for another project later if I decide. Isn't this a beautiful print? I love this. I love it. It is so dark and moody, and it's gorgeous. Whether you like it for Halloween or this is the decor that you like in your home all year long, this one is going to make an impact. Here it is, kind of with a little bit of decor around it to give you an idea of, how you could use it in your own home if you would like. And you can really go with silvers, you can go with copper, whatever you want that's a metallic type paint to do your frames like this. Just whatever you choose. Copper would have been pretty since that little pot is copper that the floral arrangement's in. The haunted shadow box is going to be the next piece. I've got some rich black chalk paint and a brush that happens to be stained with black paint already. I've got some black tape. This is 3M, in case you're wondering. String of lights. And these are from Temu. Pull the tab out. It has 3 settings. Just like so. I love these. You can get them in a package. They're great. And then I'm going to use this decal. Here's the info, but I will have the link for you. Okay. And it just happens to fit in another thrifted piece that I have. You can see here about how big it is. And this is a shadow box that I thrifted. You could do this on a smaller scale with one of those little banks from Dollar Tree. The ones that are clear in the front. You could probably do it on a smaller scale. And maybe with the decal that you get from Dollar Tree. Who knows? I don't even know what's out there right now at Dollar Tree, y'all. I don't know. So this particular one had like a linen type background, I don't know, it's a fabric on it. I'm just going to pull it off. And I'm going to pull off all the little strands here. I'm going to clean my glass off. You need to be super careful when you're cleaning glass from frames or anything else. The edges are rough and sharp, and you can slice yourself. So just be very careful. I'm trying to do the majority of my cleaning here with it still in the frame, so I don't have to touch it as much. And then I can just turn it around. I'll pull out these little pieces. They're actually the dividers that go between the backing and the front. And just kind of lean it forward, and then you can clean the other side of it. See, I'm going to take it out carefully and go around those edges that need to be cleaned. And just get that off. This is a microfiber towel that I'm using. But you can use paper towels, whatever kind of cleaner that you like also you can use for your glass. I'm just using a little glass cleaner. Little Method glass cleaner, I do believe. That needs to be completely dry. And we're going to go over this frame. We're going to take this to a very matte black color. You can use spray paint to do this if you want to. You can use acrylic, but it's going to take more layers, and it depends on the material that you're putting it on, whether it's wood or MDF or plastic. So just use what you have for this to make this go from a wood look to black. Okay, so here's that mat. I'm going to use a piece of craft paper for the background. I like this black and gray because it kind of looks like a night sky. It's still a little bit playful, but it has a little I'll say it again, a little dimension, because it has darker and lighter colors in it. So it gives it a little more something to look at. I'm just using a glue stick here, just a school glue stick. I'll flip it over and then put it down on the paper. And this will be our new backing rather than the fabric that was on there. You could use creepy cloth. You could use any type of fabric that you like if you wanted to, but you'd probably have to use some decoupage for it. I like it very much. It's foam, so it's easy to deal with, and I'm just going to press it down. You don't have to worry about anything squishing out when you're using a glue stick. And then I'm just using the little tool here from Mod Podge, and I'm going to make sure everything is nice and flat. Everything is pressed down so that it is getting a little bit of adhesive on every piece of it. And I've got a thick piece of felt, it's like a felt backing, and I'm going to use that to protect my table. And I'll take a utility knife carefully, and get your fingers out of the way. I still had my hand there and I should have moved it. And then go down the edge of it and just take that edge off. But you can use scissors, whatever you need to trim it down to make it the same size, because we want it to all fit back together, right? Okay, so to elevate my glass a little bit, I decided to just carefully use that bottom to hold my glass in place so I don't have to move it around and get to all the edges and pieces. I've got a foam brush. I'm going to use Mod Podge and go over this entire piece of glass with a nice even coat. Why am I doing this, you may wonder? Because putting this on here is going to give me a cloudy or misty looking background. It's going to change this from that shiny glass to something that is more, gives it kind of a spooky look, you know. I'll dry it, and that's easy to do. If you have the time, just put your pieces aside that need to dry. You don't have to have a heat tool. You could use a blow dryer. It doesn't matter. So I am going to trim this down just a little bit by cutting over the decal and over the backing that it is on. And I'll pull it off my backing. And my mailman actually, or whoever delivered this, it was probably the mailman, crumpled up my package, so this does not look like it is flat. That's not a problem because we're going to flatten it out. So once that Mod Podge is dry, we're going to put this down. If you fold it in the middle, you can kind of eyeball where your center is going to be. And I don't do things precisely, y'all. I just don't. But if that's your bag and that's what you like to do, then you go right ahead. I'm going to start in a small section in the middle and start rolling away. So down and out, trying to get any bubbles and wrinkles to the outside where we can chase them out the edge, right? Now there's still going to be some little bubbles that are trapped in here. I didn't do anything drastic to get rid of them because there's a little trick that I like to use that I think would be helpful to you as well when you are doing these types of crafts. And I want to show you how you can do it because it's simple. Okay, so once we have it down, you can see that I have a bubble here. I'm going to use a sewing needle and go in at an angle, just a little hole, and pop it. And then look, when you scrape, it pushes the air right out of that tiny hole and it will lay flat. Same thing here. If you got a spot that you can't get flattened, use that pin, turn it to the side. That just gives it like a low angle, right? And you can't see like a big hole in it. You don't want your finish to have a bunch of holes in it. So if you do it like an angle, like when, you know, sometimes when you get injections or whatever, you do it at a little angle there, you got it. Now, the background blends in a whole lot better now with the hazy look that is around here. If you have a piece that you choose that is outlined and is cut close to the design, that's fine. If you don't, and it's a situation like this, I loved it. I had to have it, and I thought, you know what? I'm going to work with it because this is going to be beautiful for what I'm intending to do with it. So now I've got my Mod Podge and a little pouncing foam brush here, and I'm going to go back over where I already had the first layer of Mod Podge, and I'm going to go over, this is, I think this is my matte. Yes, this is the matte Mod Podge. I don't want it to be shiny, right? We don't want it to be shiny. And I'm going to go all over that edge and then pull it down on the sides of where the decal meets the glass. So over the edges. I'm going to go over it. I'm going to try to make sure that the amount of Mod Podge I put on there is pretty even. If it's not, it doesn't matter because it's still got the Mod Podge underneath it. It's just going to give you a little more variation, right? Not a problem. Maybe one of those little happy accidents we talk about. I did come down over the turret or the top of the house right there. That's okay. It's totally okay. And you can move this in closer to the edge of the house if you want to as well. If you don't want to blend your edges out like this, you don't have to. This is just something that I thought, hey, let's try it and see, because I don't want to think that there's anything out there that I can't craft, right? Or that you cannot craft. We want to make sure that whatever you have, we know how to work with, because you're not going to have everything I have. Okay, so nice even coat here. I'm going to look at it and think, okay, is this enough? Is this the look I'm going for? Is this going to work for this project? This is also sealing this in, and that's never a bad thing either. Now I'm taking very little is left on that brush, and I'm just blending it in so we have no harsh lines. I'm going to dry it. Keep your dryer far away from it. You don't want to melt the decal in any way. I've never melted one, but I guess it could happen. You can see what it looks like as it starts to dry. And this is what it's going to be looking like so far. But wait, we got more layering to do here. Nice, 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 nice. Nice and clean. So now we're going to flip it over and we are going to work on the back side. This is wrought iron paint. That's the color. It's just an acrylic paint. I'm going to use this with that same brush I already used. That Mod Podge is not going to hurt anything. I'm going to pounce it around in there, offload a little bit of it, and I'm going to use this to create some shadowing and mistiness in here. I'm going to pounce this all around. Y'all, I don't know if I've ever seen something done like this. I don't know if it just came in my head. I don't know, but I just kept going with it. I have sort of an intuitive thing when it comes to my crafting. People have asked me before about how I come up with things and how I choose my designs and what I'm going to craft and all that. And it sometimes starts with a little idea that just pops into my head that I either write down or immediately make a move on. And then intuitively, as I'm doing it, I just keep going. There's a time in your crafting journey where you start to trust yourself and you start to trust the process, and you're not so scared of, oh, what if I mess this up? Because you learn it's paint. Paint will scrape off of glass. Glue will come off of glass. You can do something else with this, right? You could change it if you needed to. But I love the idea of doing it this way, and I had so much fun. It did take some time, drying the layers in between, but man, when you love your job and you love what you do, it is time well spent. So there's the back. We're going to flip it over and look at that from the back to the front. Now, this might not be too impressive to you at this point because we haven't added those lights yet. Okay, so now I'm going back over, adding a little more where I want, and kind of blending it in a little bit more so there's no harsh lines, like I said. And then I'm going to make sure that that layer is completely dry. Now, I've got some King's Gold paint. This is just like a mustardy yellow color. It looks to me like a yellow light. I put my spectacles on, get my little jump brush or my little, it's like a stencil brush that you do the little lines. And then I'm going to go, we're on the back side now, and I'm going to trace out and color in the windows that I want to have lights in there. So that's what I'm doing. I'm using that yellow. It is not impressive looking from the back side, but when you flip it over, you can see the magic. I'm just doing each one. If you wanted to do light in your doorway, if you wanted to do some dots to make little spooky eyes, that would be really cool. If you did a cat, maybe you had a cat decal, you could maybe do their eyes, just whatever you want to do here with that. I'm just filling in. This is such an easy thing to do, y'all. Just filling it in, right? No perfect lines. You can see what I'm doing. You can see they don't all look the same. This is very easy. You could use a paint pen for this, probably. I'm going to add one over here. And really, I could put lights wherever I wanted to, couldn't I? I could make new lights because it's just a black and white or black and clear kind of situation. I'll dry that layer. And then when I flip it over, look. Looky, look. Yes. Wait till we put the lights on there. Oh my, y'all. I had a Kincaid moment. Okay, so I'm going to grab those brushes again. These are just really good for small details. I'm going to dip into that same wrought iron. I'm not even using black. And I'm just going to trace over, again, on the back side, I'm tracing over what's already there. If you have a situation like this, now I could see this on the black background or that dark gray background. I can see it. But if you can't see it, you can lift the glass up a little bit and do it at an angle, or you could put a white paper underneath there, something lighter, so that the outline will stand out for you, and then you can just go back over it, and any parts of it that you want to give a little more dimension, you just go over it. Really easy. I'm just doing that for the trees, and then there's some bushes on the side that I kind of work with. Then I go over the rooftop on the top of that house. You could even take the opportunity, if you wanted to maybe sketch out a little raven on there, or embellish the house. Maybe you want to put more Gothic, so you put like a curved type of situation in the windows. You could do stained glass and make it a different color. You could make it spooky and do a green, whatever you like. Oh, I love it. Look how it stands out, the difference. I like that so much. And then, of course, I'm just having fun over here. And I'm just going to go ahead and continue to work. I take my time on this and just, check in from time to time. I'll look and see, lift it up and see if it's enough. If I have it where I want it. You can see that I have it lifted right now. And here too, I'm kind of pulling the end of that tree down, giving it a little more of a base there. And once that's all dry, look, oh, I love it. I can drop it back into the piece. And we're not going to put anything else on there yet until we get our lights in place. I love the fact that these lights, and y'all know I've been using them. I'm not trying to sell anything to y'all, but some of y'all want to know, so I'll share it with you. These lights are wonderful because the box, the power little part down there, it is so low profile that it will fit just about anywhere, and you can paint it, which makes it great. Plus, the strand of lights has, like I said, 3 different settings. I mean, it's worth your money, and I'm a cheapskate, so if I tell you that, then I mean it. I wouldn't lie about stuff like that. I'm going to use this double stick gel tape to put these lights on. So I'm just going to cut them in sections that are the same size as the windows so that it doesn't hang over. If you don't make them the same size as the window, I'll show you what it looks like, because I'm going to do one just to show you it's not that big of a deal. Once you put this tape on, you don't want to take it off, so just be careful, because if you pull it off, you're going to remove your paint that you put on there. Now, the lights on this strand have like little bubbles. There'll be a piece of wire, and then a little bubble, and then a wire and the bubble. So the bubble is where the little light sections are. I'm going to press those in to the gel tape. And believe me, it holds it in place well, not a problem. I'll continue along. I'm just peeling off some of the backings here. I didn't peel them all off. And I want to make sure there's enough slack or room in between the wire and the lights in the windows so that I can lift that wire up and you won't see it. You'll see what I mean in a minute. You see all the loops in the wire? That is intentional. Press the next one down. Press the next one down. All right. Now, I'm going to take the rest of the wire, which still has lights on it, and I'm going to wrap it around my hand. I'm going to wrap it around, kind of press it together. You really don't have to be delicate with them. And this is what the black tape is for. I'm going to put this black tape all around the rest of the lights that we don't want to be seen, because I don't want them to be seen, right? And the black tape itself is going to hide all the light. You won't see through it. Like if you use a masking tape, you would still see the light from it. We don't want to see the light down there on the bottom. That's not the look I'm going for. If you want to, you could take yours and wrap them all around the inside edge of it, but that's not what I'm going for. So I want to make sure none of those show. And then over here in the side where it's where the line starts from the little box, we're going to be covering up those little lights as well. Each one of those, it just takes a small section, and you just make sure, and if it makes it easier for you to turn your lights on while you do this, then go ahead and do that. Make sure that none of those show out of place. This is a very intentional placement of these lights. You know, that's my reasoning for this. Now I'm going to lift all those wires up and just have them sticking upwards. If they're laying flat on the glass, you will see those when you turn your lights on. I don't want them to show, so lifting them up is going to get them out of the way, and they're very thin, so this shouldn't be a problem. Shouldn't be a problem at all. Do y'all love light up projects as much as I do? Because I make them for y'all, and I've made them over the past 4 years many times, so I hope that you enjoy that playfulness as much as I do. So we're reassembling. I already put those little wood pieces back in. I put my foam with the paper on it back in. I'm putting the backing on. Now I can move this piece because that was only temporary. I'll use some of my double stick tape. This is going to cover the line. And then I'm going to use my double stick tape to go right on the back side, making sure I still have access to my little controller there. I gotta be able to touch the controller to turn it off right and turn it on. Peel that little backing off. Sometimes it's hard to get the backing off, y'all. Not hard, it just takes a minute. So here it is when it's flashing at full speed. Look what we did. Look what y'all inspire me to do. Look what you drive me to do when you ask me to do certain things, when you ask me for this type of decor, when you say, I want more dark and moody, I want more, bring me more. This is not a castle, but it is a haunted house, and I think that it will do the trick. Look at it, y'all. Once you have it set up and you decorate around it, it is stunning to me. And you could always decorate the outside of the shadow box too, but I wanted all the attention to be on this piece and on that light. Look at it. The first is going to be an owl apothecary jar, some pumpkin chalk paint, paint brushes, also black chalk paint, whatever type of ribbon you want to use. Got some velvet and then some Dollar Tree ribbon. Very simple. This is a postcard. I'll have it linked for you. Comes in a pack. I found this at the thrift store. It actually was some type of a breast pump. It's just a round container. And then this is some crinkly paper that I got. Very nice texture. You could always, crinkle up some paper yourself if you wanted to, but this is already done. So we're going to use this to cover from here to here. So you can measure it to get an idea of how much you're going to need. Y'all know how to cut stuff out, right? Get your measurements, cut it out. You don't want to do that white part because that's where the lid will fit back on. I'm just going to cut my piece out now, and I'm going to give myself a little wiggle room just in case. And then I'll just cut off what I don't use. Checking again to make sure it's correct. I don't want to waste this paper because I think I can get quite a few projects out of this piece. I'll set it down and kind of roll it and see how much I'll need. You can also measure if you have a tape measure. You can do that. And then I'll trim it off, like I said, with the little excess. I'm looking for my back seam. I want to keep my seams all kind of together. Not that you're actually going to see the seam, on the container itself, but it's just how I like to do it. All right, so it's going to be perfect. I do have some overlap here. I'm going to put some glue down. This is just like a paper, craft paper, I guess, that's already on this little tube container. You can also just get like a box from Dollar Tree, and I know they have some gift boxes that are cylindrical like this as well. I'm going to glue it on, and then I have this extra that I can cut off because I didn't make any boo-boos. I didn't need it. Can save it for something else. Trimmy trim. And then this is what it's going to look like so far. I'm going to paint the bottom black. I am almost out of my rich black. Got to order some more. And I'll go all over the middle and then over the little lip, which makes the edges of the box, and in between where the paper is, so that there is none of that craft paper finish showing. And be sure that you let all of this dry, because we're going to be painting quite a bit in this video. Simple stuff though, nothing hard. We'll dry it, then I've decided, okay, we're going to go ahead and do this too, so it will look good as well if the lid is off. Go down on the inside of that lip. I'm not going to paint the inside, I'm going to leave it silver. Dry that. We're going to work on the lid. So I'll take that pumpkin orange chalk paint and go over my fingers too, because you know how we do over here on this channel. And I'm going to dry it all. Once it's dried, I'm going to go on the inside of the lid with black. And I'll go up the sides. Also, we're going to put a surprise in here. So if anybody sneaks in your Apothecary, aka candy jar, your hidden candy jar, they'll get a big surprise. So stay tuned so you can see that. Now, I just decided to cut mine out just to give it some dimension, a little more interest. I'm just going to be cutting this out. It's got some little decorative corners and pieces, and I wanted to leave those in and really let them show. So I'm just going to go and fussy cut around here. This isn't too hard to cut out though. It's pretty simple shapes. But like I said, leave yours completely like it is if you would like. If you're enjoying this video and you've seen other videos of mine that you like, please consider subscribing to the channel. I woke up this morning to a surprise of 80,000 subscribers. So still working on that goal of 100,000 by Halloween. It is possible if, but it's only possible for those of you who watch and decide that there's something here that's valuable to you. So only subscribe if you're enjoying the kind of things we do on this channel. Okay, so now I'm going to take a little bit of my antiquing wax, but you can also use black, with my little finger dauber and go all the way around here so there's no white edges and it gives a little more shadow and depth. Just like so. We're going to let that dry. And then because I don't particularly care for the glossy finish, I'm going to just dull it down a little bit by taking some of this matte Mod Podge and going over the top. Now, this is just my preference. I'm just using a very thin amount. You don't have to do it if you don't want to. Hey, if you're here today for the first time, I want to say welcome to the channel. I want to say thank you for everybody who has supported me, and for whatever reason that you're here today, I'm glad to have you here. Now I'm going to take this dryer and I'm going to dry my Mod Podge. Again, if you have time and you're only doing one project, you can just let this dry while you go take a water break, right? Now I like that better. It's more of a satin finish. I like it. Now this came from Dollar Tree. I don't have to do anything to it, and that's always perfect. It's just a little candle stand. I peeled off my tag, and I'm going to use it to hold, yay, to hold up my little Apothecary jar. I want it to be footed. Oh, it's so exciting when things work like that. So I'm going to add hot glue, and the bottom of this is rough textured. It's raw. It doesn't have any paint on it. So it's a good grippy surface, and the paper that is the bottom of this tube is also a nice grippy surface. So this should work fine for my intents and purposes. I'm going to reach in there and just press down to make sure it adheres nicely. And I like it. So now we're going to check our placement. The postcard or whatever print you use needs to be far enough down on here that it's not interfering with the lip, okay? Mine is a little bit larger, so in order to kind of extend down the size and shape of this, I'm going to use some lace trim. This is just some trim that I thrifted years ago, and I still have plenty left. I'm going to take that with a little hot glue starting in the back. You can see where that seam is, so that every bit of the seams are toward the back. And I'm going to add this down. Okay, so what if you don't have the postcards that I have? Well, you can always find a card that you really like, maybe even at Dollar Tree. They do have some cards that I think are 2 for $1 or they're 50 cents. You could get a card like that. You can use banner pieces. Y'all have seen me use banners in different projects as well. So you can use stuff like that. You could even use something you cut out of an old book or a magazine. Whatever you want to use here, just some type of a print with a vintage feel. Now once I'm back, I'm going to overlap and cut it off. And then I'm going to decide where I want to put my little piece. When I know where I want to have it and it's centered where I like it, I'll just kind of put my hand there to remind me when I lift it off where it needs to be glued down. I do recommend hot glue for this because you need something that's going to firmly hold that curve. And I've held that for quite a while, but I edited out all the time. It took me to hold it. But you see, it still wants to kind of lift where there's no glue. So you're going to have to hold that in place for a few minutes, or you can use rubber bands around it to hold it in place while that glue is setting up or drying. And I'm just showing you that you could use rubber bands. You could use a couple of them, you know, if you wanted to. Nothing too tight, it's not necessary. It's just holding it in place. We're not trying to bind it and make wrinkles in it, right? So here's the top, and here's our surprise. If somebody sneaks in our jar and tries to get our treats, they're going to see a spider in there. I just thought this was a cute idea. Y'all certainly don't have to do this. These are clips that I got from Dollar Tree. I think there's like 2 or 3 on a, I don't know, I've had it for a while. But I'm going to take the clip out. I'm going to cut the bottom part off so it'll lay fairly flat. Trim the legs down so that there's enough room for the top to fit on without the legs being in the way. And then I'll center that right in the lid and press it down until the glue sits. Easy enough to do. I can see room between his legs and the edge, which is going to make it perfect. Look at that. See how that orange pops when you take that lid off? Yes. Okay, so grab some of those ornaments that I know y'all have, because we all get them and sometimes don't know what to do with them. We are going to make a little mini topiary for the top. I'm going to use the tip of my glue gun, which is very hot, and hold it down right in the top center of that largest ornament. This is going to make a hole in there. If the hole is not big enough for the stick that you're going to use to go down in the center to stabilize everything, while it is still hot, you can take some type of a tool like I have. This is just like a utility knife, and just kind of cut off the soft pieces until you get it where these will sit on top of each other. Then I'm going to take the ball that's in the middle and do the same thing. I'm kind of finding the top by sitting it on the part where the hook would go. So this is going to be the stick I'm going to use. It's going to be perfect. I'll put this through. That's why you need 2 holes in this one. And then decide, you know, we have to cut it because that's too much. I'm also going to cut the neck off of this carefully because I don't want there to be a gap. I want it to sit right on top of that black one, like so. I'm going to put quite a bit of glue on the inside of this one so that when I put it on the, I don't want to make a huge mess. When I put it on that stick, that glue will drip down onto the stick and hold those pieces together. You can use whatever colors you like. I'm using the classic orange and black just because I'm doing these vintage, the vintage feel anyway. Here is some more of that lace trim, and we are going to make this into a little ruffled centerpiece. And this is going to help us glue down or have some more surface to glue down that little topiary that we just made. I'm using some cording and one of these big, now these particular plastic needles come with the Temu banners that you get, well, that I got. And so I save them all because, you know, you never know what you could use them for, and they are perfect for this. They fit in that little, I don't know, I guess the seam piece, so they work great. I'm going to make a couple of knots in the end of this cord. And this is some type of a fabric cord. It's not paper. So you can see here what I'm doing. I'm just sliding this down, sliding, and it is going to start gathering itself. It's going to gather. Some of you, this will not be news to. You will know if you've ever sewn. This is really easy to do. We're just making a ruffle essentially, but this is going to be a tight enough ruffle that I can curl it up upon itself to make a beautiful little bottom. And it's going to be a decorative top for the jar lid. So cute. Now you can get it as tight as you want to. I want to make sure that it's going to fit on the top. I'm putting my needle back in so that I can sew the end of that. I'm going to that end. I'm going behind where the string is or where the cording is. I'm going to make a loop and then put the needle through the loop. And that's how you tie a knot. You can do that a few times to ensure that nothing is coming loose. It is like a lacy type material, so just be careful that you don't pull it too tight and tear that. So just a couple of knots will hold it, and then I'm going to cut that extra off and start shaping that pretty little piece. Perfect. And the more of that trim that you use, the fluffier that is going to be, the bigger it's going to be. I got some fuzz caught in my glue there. I'm going to put a good bit of glue, try to get this centered on the top, and then press it down into that glue. All right, so now I've just glued it in the center, nothing but glue holding it down. I'm going to grab a little bit of these thin pieces of ribbon and make this my own. That's what we do on this channel, right? I'm going to give you the inspiration and you're going to make it your own. Just take the idea and run with it. So with about 14 inches, I would think, maybe, of this ribbon, I am going to be adorning this pretty piece. You could use baker's twine. You don't have to do anything. If you want it just like that, you don't have to do anything at all. But I'm going to make a little bow, just 2 little bunny ears, wrap them around, tuck it in the hole, and pull the other side. When you do it this way, you can still adjust how big you want the bow to be or how small by just pulling on the tails. So it can be a big bow, it could be a big floppy bow, or it could just be something small. And I like the idea of being, you know, almost a step down, so between the size of the top and the middle one. Then I started thinking, so do we cut the tails? No, let's use those tails for a little more decoration on the second piece. And what you can do is take a piece of the ribbon, either the orange or the black, tie it around the middle and the bottom ornament, and I'll just tie it in a knot or a double knot. Once I know that's where I want it, it's a double knot, of course, right? And then you can move around those pieces of ribbon to get them into the shape that you like. So it almost looks like painted stripes on there. And then you can just finish off your edges by snipping them at a little slant. And you can leave these long, you can cut them short. They can hang down the full length of your jar if you wanted to. But this is how mine looks. I like that. I think that's pretty. And is going to fit perfectly there. So now let's address the sides of the orange, right? It needs a little something. That lid is just too plain. It needs to be decorated. So we want to mimic what's going on this owl's hat. I'm going to make this look a little bit like a hat band. I'll take some velvet ribbon, just my choice, and then make sure that it's going to fit, and of course it does. We can still see the orange. If you didn't want to use the ribbon, you could always paint a black stripe if you wanted to, or whatever color you like. You could leave yours plain. I'm gonna go around. Just keep in mind, y'all, I always tell you this, and it is true. If it is something that you're making for yourself, it doesn't matter what anybody else thinks. It doesn't matter anybody else's opinion. It's your art. It came from you. It brings you joy in your home. It's exactly what it needs to be. So don't be afraid to start crafting. Just start. Just start. It is really that simple. Don't overcomplicate it. All right, so now I'm going to glue this down. I've just cut it at a slant to make it, you know, that's because that's just what I wanted to do, but you can cut it straight across, of course. Now we got to have something in the middle. So this is the belly of a spider ring that I got from Dollar Tree. I love to use these little jewels. It's got black plastic around it, and it's that beautiful orange in the middle. Then I've got some tiny, kind of bronzy looking stars that are actually jewelry pieces. I got them at the thrift store. I got black, this gold, there's some iridescent white, some solid white. I have a variety of them. You can see them in that box beside me. All of the stuff in there has been thrifted. I'll put one on the top, just wherever I want to put these. I like the idea that they already looked kind of old and tarnished. Y'all look at my fingers. I was trying to get the stuff done, right? I was trying to get it done. I'm not going to take the time to get up and wash my hands when I'm in the flow of the energy, and it was going. So I put one in the middle of the bow. I'm going to put another one in the middle here, and I'm just using my jewelry pliers to help me because my fingers are too big to go in that space. So just use some pliers for that. Needle nose pliers will work if y'all have those. You can get cheap tools at Dollar Tree also if you just want to get a cheap tool set to keep with your stash. Now there were already stars on here, so I'm just going to go over those with these stars. Nice. I'm going to go on the edge of this picture where we have the little embellished corners. I know it's probably not very easy to see unless you're watching on the television. But this is how this little beauty is going to look. So what kind of candy are you going to be hiding in your apothecary jar this year? I think I'll have some Reese's peanut butter cups in mine and maybe some bit of honey. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. This is how this one is going to look. I think it's very vintage inspired. Now, if you don't like the glossy look of the stand, feel free to go ahead and paint that a matte black or satin or whatever finish you like. You can glitter that if you want to. There's so many ways to take the inspiration and make it your own. And that's what I want you to do. If you want to do it just like mine, feel free to. But you got a lot of creativity that you can tap into right there in your own little body. We're going to start off with a Dollar Tree pumpkin wreath. Going to need some very sharp scissors, sewing scissors probably, some clamps, mine are from Dollar Tree. You're going to need some ribbon of your choice. This is some black satin. We have some black velvet and then some wired black velvet. You just make your decision what you like. Some Moody colored fall leaves. So I'm thinking, you know, those beautiful jewel tones, burgundy and purples. I've got some paper here. It looks like it's old. Here's that Dollar Tree wreath form. I've made these many, many times. And a pair of thrifted pants. Now I'm going to have two. I have a black pair and this is like a maroon type color, maybe a wine color. We're going to start with the wine color on this one, and I'm going to cut it out. First, I'm cutting it right down the front seam. Trimmy, trim, trim, and you can see my scissors are not sharp because these are craft scissors and they're not sewing scissors. I'm still on the lookout. I just haven't bought them yet. I need to get some better scissors. I know y'all. Y'all just do better than me, okay? So you can see how I've opened this up, and I'm going to cut it right down the middle. So right down the front center seam, right down the back center seam. That's what we're looking for because we're going to use one of these pants legs, and this just makes it a little bit easier. I'm going to trim it off where I just have the leg, and I'm going to put it on this form. Now I first put it on the form without anything underneath, just right on the wire, because I want to show you why we want to line this first. So I'm just fitting it on here and just looking at it, getting an idea of the size. It's going to be perfect. This is a size medium pants, just in case you need that reference while you're thrifting. These are very stretchy, like a velour, I guess you could say. We're going to call it velvet though. All right, you see how it sticks up even when you do it tightly? If you do it too tight, it's going to deform the shape of the wreath. So we're going to take one of these cloths that's a car washing cloth from Dollar Tree. It's the little white cloth with the fuzz on it, kind of furry like. And we're going to use this to line this first, make it nice and soft, and to not distort our frame before we put it back in the pants leg. Now I like to use my clamps to hold everything in place and to make sure that I have it centered. I'm making sure when I pull it that I don't pull it too tight and squish the form or make it sink down into the depressions using my clamps and making sure I have a nice padded rounded surface. Now that is exactly the look that I am going for. This is going to give it that padding underneath. Now protect your fingers and you can go around and start adding your hot glue. And you could trim up after you get your glue on here. I'm going to overlap a little bit onto that wire and then some onto the fuzz. And these little furry things work really well for this. One, because they're thick, and two, because of the nap on here. It's like a deep nap. It grabs onto that glue and holds it right there in place where it needs to be. So it works perfect for me for this purpose. If you don't have one of these, just run to Dollar Tree. They're $1.25 unless things have changed. Or think of something else that you might have that's thick that you can use. Maybe you could even double up and use the same pair of pants. Use one pants leg on there and then double up and put another one on top. That would work. But this doesn't have stretch in it and the pants do. So they want to kind of stretch over the frame and I don't like the look of that. But feel free to do it that way if you would like. Now once you have it all the way around, you can take your clamps off. We're just kind of using the clamps to hold things in place. You know how you put on stockings, y'all? You know how you put your hands down in there and grab it up? Or you put a pillow in the pillowcase? What it's like here. It's kind of like what we're doing. And I'm trying carefully not to break my frame because sometimes these wreath forms will snap. I haven't had one happen yet, thankfully. Thankfully. Hey, if you are enjoying this video so far and you like more of a budget-friendly but unique look, I would love it for you to subscribe to my channel where you will always get lots of inspiration and encouragement along the way. Okay, so I just brought that right over the top of the stem as well. Once I know how much I'm going to need, I'll leave myself about 1.5 inches, 2 inches excess on both sides and trim it down. Then I'm going to, you can see, I'm just going to kind of get my form to make sure it's perfect on both sides and hold it in place so I don't pull anything out while I'm gluing the other side. Push them down, just kind of pulling it to the back, but just kind of laying it toward the back, not really pulling it tightly. I'm getting an idea of where I want my stem to come out, kind of giving it some room there because we're going to be cutting a little slit. And then go around to the other side and do that one. And then when I know I have enough to glue onto the back, we'll be ready to go with the glue. And yes, I'm wearing my Charlie Brown It's the Great Pumpkin t-shirt. I have two of them, one in black and one in brown. And I felt like it's August, I wanted to wear my brown, right? So I've cut a little slit and I'm just going to slide the stem through there and then adjust my clamps. Everything is nice and smooth. I'm going to make sure that the seams from the pants are on the bottom and on the top where they're not going to be seen. All right, and to glue this on the back. You can sew if you want to sew, but I don't want anything showing on the front side. I want it to be smooth. So I'm just tucking under and kind of rolling and tucking, putting the glue in and then pinching it together and having the clamp. So it's flat on the bottom. I'm rolling the top. Gonna add a little bit of glue, then press that together and put the clamp on it. I'm gonna continue around doing it just like that. Okay, it's August. Who's putting their fall decor up? Do you do your fall decor first or are you doing your Halloween decor first? Decisions, right? There's so many options. This is just why we love this season, right? This is why we love it. So I'm going to continue to go around here with our beautiful little wine-colored pumpkin, burgundy, wine, maroon, whatever color you want to make this. and placing this down. I got this in the thrift haul that I showed y'all on my channel. If you want to go and watch that thrift haul to see what else I got, feel free to run over there. But I got this, the same, both the pants in the same trip. And this is going to give you a nice even back. Now, the thing is, you're going to see a little bit of glue most likely. You could always use sewing glue. Remember, for time's sake for y'all, I have to do something quicker so you can see the video, right? So that's why I use the hot glue. But you can go back over it with a little paint because it's going to be kind of messy looking in the back. No matter how careful you are, it's going to be a little messy. Or you can just line the back with something else. I'm going to have mine against the wall, so it won't matter. All right, I'm going to take that thinner satin ribbon and we're going to use that to make the stem. You don't have to be too particular. You can use jute, you can use whatever you want. I just thought the look of this was a little bit better for Moody decor. I didn't want it to look boho or rustic because it's Moody. So I thought the satin with the velvet would be really pretty. And I'm just wrapping and trying to make sure that when you wrap, if you go round and around in exact circles, all you're going to do is cover the bottom. You're going to have to like jump up a little bit, just like this with the glue, just like that. Oh, excuse me, little cough, little dust in here. Got a lot of stuff out of the closets to get decor going and to get my house decorated, and got a little dust stirred up. Okay, sorry about that. So you're going to just continue to wrap that around there until all of your wire is covered. And then, of course, you can trim off any excess. Right. So far, so good. So now that that pumpkin is together, we're going to start thinking of how we're going to decorate it. I knew I wanted to make some leaves with this paper. I've seen this on Pinterest where, you know, you kind of cut out leaves from any type of paper that you like. And I like the idea of this looking sort of like an old book or newspaper. So I'm just going to trim it out. Now, the leaves are serrated or they have a bunch of little jagged edges on it. You don't have to worry about tracing over every one of those edges. You just get the basic shape of that leaf and then let your scissors do the rest of the work. This is not hard to do. Tracing it on the back so you don't see it on the front, and because I can see it better on the white for when I cut it out. Go around and around. And I actually end up making 3 of these. Later on, you'll see the third one. It's kind of one of those hindsight things, right? This is your friendly reminder that you are not alone. If you are starting out on your journey and you don't know where to go from here, you just ask questions. Just start. Don't hesitate. Show your creativity. We all have a little bit of that artist in us, right? You might not believe it, but I promise you, if you just try and you just get going, you will build your confidence. I've been doing this channel for 4 years now. 4. That's a lot of practice for me, especially when I started off with 3 videos a week and then now it's 2 videos a week. That's a lot of work, but it gave me a lot of practice, right? And I know that you can do it too. You're not alone in your journey. All right, we're cutting this out. You can see how I'm twisting the paper and the scissors to get my shape. I like the look of that one. And then on this one, you can see I just traced it out really smoothly. And then I'll use my scissors to kind of make little back and forth motions to make the little ridges that you see in a leaf. Back and forth and back and forth. And I think those are going to work. For a little additional detail, you can take a pencil, trace a light line down the middle, kind of giving yourself some reference from the leaves that you have, how they look. You can kind of trace that out just lightly. And then draw on some more of that veining on the leaves. Easy enough to do. You could paint these on. If you were confident with a marker, you could do that. But I want this to be sort of inspiration for you to see what you could do if you wanted to. Now, if you take your finger and you rub that, you'll kind of blur that out. This is something that my friend Trish from Crafting Cousins does. And I think this is a good way to kind of recess that line and just kind of fade it out a little bit. Give some good dimension. Now choose your leaves, whichever ones you want to use. I'm going to go over here with my bigger ribbon. It has a wire in it, and I like the size of this compared to the size of the pumpkin. I think a single easy bow here is going to work perfectly for the top. We want elegant and simplistic, yet rich and beautiful and dark and moody. This, I think, is going to be perfect. And this is fall inspired, dark and moody. We're using the leaves and just showing you that, not everybody likes fall with bright orange. Some people like a darker, richer look. So this is what I'm doing this. This is how I decided to do these fall videos for you guys, because people have been asking, and I wanted to show you that it is doable. Just change your mindset a little bit, change your color scheme a little bit, and take the inspiration. And if you don't like moody, then you can always do this same thing in the different colors. Now, I like the size of the bow. I used about 3 feet of that ribbon to make it. You can put it off to the side. So I was looking at it to see, would I like it to the side or right in the center? And I decided to kind of do it in the center. So I just pulled it over. I do have that wire around the middle of it. This is just florist wire, and I'm going to twist it tight. You can use some type of a twine to tie your bow on if you would like, or you could use a thin ribbon. Totally up to you how you want to do that. I'm just going to tuck those ends right in between the ribbon that is on the stem to hide it and protect our surface. By the way, you do not want to use heat on these velour type fabrics or velvet type fabrics, because when I was trying to remove some of the glue on the back, it was actually kind of scorching the fabric. So yeah, you don't want to do that on the front. Definitely don't want to do that on the front. Just a little public announcement there. Now you can dovetail your ends. You can do whatever you like with the ends of your ribbon. And start laying out your leaves to see which ones you want to use and what type of pattern you want to use. I'm loving these colors, and I don't think I have ever, maybe one time years ago, done this color scheme on my channel. So I'm happy to bring this to y'all, and I really do hope that you enjoy this and the next project. So let me know in the comments, is this what you had in mind for Moody Fall in your own home? Are these things that you would use in your own home if you have a Moody scheme in your house or a Moody decor in your home? I'm just going to tuck these here and there around the bow. This is easy to do. Little hot glue is going to hold it in place. Now these leaves came in a package. Oh, I probably have had these for a few years now. In some multi-packs of leaves, they have darker leaves, lighter leaves, just a variety of colors. Well, I picked out all the darker ones that I wasn't using and put them in a Ziploc bag together. So that's why I had all these. And some of them look like they came from different packages. Very pretty, I think. And I was so glad to have these, to find these, and be able to use these. I almost want it to look like the leaves are falling or cascading down the pumpkin. I like that, cascading. That's fancier, right? Now you can bend your leaves to give them a little bit of, texture, to give them a little lift, like this one. You can bend the edges. You can crumble it and then open it back up so it's wrinkly, like, perhaps a leaf would be if it was laying on the ground. It's totally up to you. I am going to give you a little, another option for your leaves, the ones that we cut out, in just a moment. So hang tight. I'm going to give you another option. I like the look of that. Very pretty and simple. We'll add another one in. I'm going to add one underneath here. This is how it goes when I do any type of arranging. I just kind of look at it from all angles, and just tuck and add things in where I feel like it needs to be. So I have another leaf here. I'm going to use this smaller leaf pattern and cut this one out. Same process. We're going to tuck this one in here. Nice. I like that. My daughter's hand is going to make an appearance here. Hello. That's my daughter. She wanted to say hi. She said, Mama, can I put my hand in the video? And I said, of course you can. So she's just waving. Okay, now I'm going to add right in the middle a little cameo. You can add a jewel here, you can add a brooch here, you can put a butterfly, whatever you like. I'm going to take a thin piece of this, well, it's just like a ribbon, but it's really, really thin, almost like a string. And I'm going to tie a double knot in here, and this is what we're going to use as our hanger. I'll place it down, and then we'll just add hot glue and another scrap of ribbon to kind of hold it in place. Have y'all ever used these pumpkin forms before? I would love to know. They are huge. They are well worth the $1.25 you pay for them, and there are so many different options. I'm going to link a video for y'all to watch next on other ways that you can decorate these pumpkins. All right, so I'm taking a little bit of antiquing wax, and this brush is a little bit thicker than I thought it was. I was looking for a finer application, and I got it a little bit thick, so just, pretend like it's not so thick, but you get the idea. You could use this instead of using the pencil just to have a little bit of veining in your leaves if you like. And you can also go around your edges and deepen that up, totally up to you. Make it your own. That's what it's all about. If it's something you enjoy and it brings a little happiness to you and a smile when you see it, then it's perfect and exactly what it needs to be for your home. Home is what we make of it, right? Make it something you love. Make it a reflection of what you enjoy and love. Now, don't get this on your beautiful fabric. We don't want to do that. I love this little fat, squatty pumpkin. I like it very much. And this is the first look. So you could hang this on a solid door, on a, it's too wide for a storm door, I think, but you could definitely put it in your house. It's very pretty. I'm using the back of a chair that I recycled, and that's what I'm hanging mine on. So you could actually do this at your home. Lean it up by your fireplace. The next project is the Dollar Tree Queen of Fall. We're going to use some oil rubbed bronze spray paint because I like it. It's slightly metallic. Some more of those beautiful leaves, some building blocks, some recycled greenery, some little roses I got from Temu. This is from Dollar Tree. Love her. Thought I had the man too, but I don't, but here she is. Going to use some more of the velour. We're going to use the black, and we're going to use that lovely wine color and a canvas from Dollar Tree. You don't even have to take it out of the plastic. All right, so we're going to take that pants leg and we're just going to put that right down in the pants leg. Make sure that your seams are on each side. This is so easy. I'm using the black on the bottom, so this is black on the canvas. We're going to mix it up though. All right, so we're going to make sure we have a little excess. I have about 1.5 inches left on this end. I felt it with my hand and now I'm cutting it out. Make sure you have it on the other end too. I'm going to cut little slits and trim off the excess. This is the end that is the ankle part of the pants, so it already has a hem in it. I'm going to trim that elastic piece off. It's thick. We don't want it in the way, so we're just going to cut that off. I will run some hot glue between the canvas and the leg of the pants or the fabric. I'm going to trim down those corners again. I didn't want to cut off too much and have that canvas showing, so now I'm going to cut it again. And this is going to be the flap that goes right over the top. So we're sealing the canvas inside of there. Press that in place, flip it around, and we'll work on the other side. I'm going to cut that at a slant as well, and this side too. And really you could cut them both, I suppose, at the same time, but sometimes I like to do things the hard way. Same thing on this side. I'm going to add some glue between the fabric and the canvas, press that down, cut the corners, seal it in. All right, we're going to put that aside. Take this spray paint her. I did both sides because I wasn't entirely sure which way I wanted her to face. And I like that. Going to take this adhesive spray, take it outside, spray the back, and then we'll come back in and put it down on the fabric. Now this time we've got that beautiful jewel tone fabric in the back. So we have the black on the canvas and we have that very pretty red on there. I am using these as weights to hold it down. I originally had the weights on the corners so that the fabric would not wrinkle as I was applying it. Once you remove your weights, and really this is almost instant. You don't even have to wait. I just did. I took a coffee break. We all need excuses for coffee and water, don't we? So I just took a coffee break. I'm going to do the bulk of the cutting. You can see how this is stuck on so well, no problem. None at all. Got a little lint to pick off here, of course. And then you want to take some sharp scissors. The smaller, probably the better, since you're getting in all these little narrow places, and you're going to fussy cut all the way around here. Believe me, it's worth it. It is so worth it. It's going to be a little bit of fuzziness probably showing underneath, but it's not going to be enough to make a difference. I'm going to take some of this copper colored paint, put it on some paper and grab a little sponge brush, and I am going to just dab it all the way around the edges. I don't want solid coverage here. I want to be able to see that bronze underneath and that copper on the top of it. So I'm going to go all around and make her frame very pretty. You can use whatever type of color you want to use on here, or you could just leave it one color and don't do anything fancy. I decided I wanted to give her copper hair because why not? She could be, the ginger girl could definitely be a queen. So I'm going to take this and add this all over where her hair is, like the ginger goddess she is, my little ginger queen. And I'm just putting that on about the same type of application as I did around the edges. I'm not making this a solid color. I want it to look old and aged. Go all around the edges. Now be careful that you don't get on your fabric underneath. This was a hindsight kind of thing. You could always paint it first if that makes it easier for you. All right, so here's some of that metal ribbon you can get from Dollar Tree. It's in the gardening section. I've cut a piece out. I love that it looks like leaves. I think it's perfect for this. This is going to be her crown. So I've got my measurement right, and I'm going to paint it now. I'm using some black chalk paint on the bottom so that the metallic paint will really pop when we put it on there. It's going to cover up that, the metal color, I guess you could say. It's going to cover all that up, and it's going to go with that warmer tone that I love that's on her hair. I'm going to give her that beautiful changing of the season look. You can either allow this to dry on its own, or you can dry it with your heating tool. And then I'm going to take some more of that same color, once it is dry, of course, and I'm going to just dab this all over here. You can make this as thick as you want to. I don't want to make this, I want to be able to see the black. I want to see the shadows and the color underneath. But look how pretty that looks. Kind of rusted, kind of, oh, I love it. I think it's perfect for fall. Oh, it's going to be lovely. Okay, so it's dry now. I want to trace this so I can move it aside, and we'll see where we're going to start putting down her flowers. I got a line here for reference, so I know where to put my greenery and things on top, or my coppery, whatever you want to call it. I've chosen some leaves. I'm going to put those down. I'm going to cut off the little stem parts because you don't really need that. They just kind of overhang and push the leaf up, and we don't want to want to have all that extra stuff on there. Just take it off. It's going to make it neater. And then you can put your leaves down any way you want. I'm going to pretty much cover up the little roses that she has on her head, but we're going to put down fabric roses instead. So this is going to be kind of, well, it's definitely going to be an improvement. Let's just put it that way. And in doing this, you can really make this your own. A little bit of glue. And I'm just, since I know where my placement is going to be, I'm going to hold it in place and then kind of flip it over and put the glue on the back. Put it right back down. And really, if you just wanted to do the leaves, you could leave it right here and that would be fine. But for me, this is our base, and we're going to add some roses to here. I like that the roses are not an orangey color. This is more of the color that's reflected behind her. And I like that. It just blends together. It's just very smooth and textured. I just like all of this. Now go ahead and get your florals from the Dollar Tree if you want to. Totally fine. I'm going to press these in place. Looking all around, I decided to grab this. I thrifted this. It looks like it was from Michael's about a coon year ago. But, you know, when you see something you like, you just get it. This little pick came off of something else that I thrifted. I thought that would be really pretty in the top to add a little extra length and kind of go outside of the shape. I've got little berries that was on that greenery. I'm going to take those off and add those in. I'm pulling this down a little and trimming off the end of that stem. And see, we're going above the line that we drew on there. Going above it. You can't put that back down on there if you've got stuff in the way. But I like the idea of it slightly overlapping. Add some more of the beautiful leaves on there. And I just pulled them off, and you can just cut them off of other branches, whatever colors you like. Go get your little bucket that's got all your little scraps and extras in there. You could certainly use that. Your little fall scraps. You could go in the yard, you can get an acorn, you could get some pressed leaves, you can use waxed leaves. Just have at it. Make it your own. I've got those little bundles of the roses I'm just going to put in between. I've got this colored eucalyptus and these berries. I'm going to tuck those in. You can cut your pieces down to make them shorter so it's not too big, so that it looks a little proportionate. Adding in some more roses. What do y'all think about these colors? I think this is very pretty. Very elegant. And I'm just looking at it, taking my time to look at it. I try to edit out all the times when I'm staring at it because, you know, y'all don't get a benefit from that. But it does take me some time to make decisions too, just like it does you. I'll look at it, kind of sit with it for a minute, may walk off, come back to it and decide what I want to do. Look at my other florals and greenery and decide what's going to fit well, you know. So I know that I'm going to put this back on here. I don't want to use any type of a super glue because it's hard to make it lay flat and all that. So I'm going to use this double stick tape that I get from Temu. You can also find this at, it's called Alien Tape. You can get this at Walmart. I am going to add this down, just taking it in little tiny sections and putting it on the bottom of that so that you can't see it through the leaves that are on the top. And I'll put it back on that line that we drew. You see how it overlaps a little bit onto our greenery? I love that because it looks like that entire headpiece is just kind of down into the crown, like it's part of the crown. And I think it's such a pretty look. Oh, I love her. She's so pretty. You could add earrings. You could put a necklace on her. You could do a brooch. You could put beads or rhinestones around the edge of her frame here if you wanted to. The sky's the limit, honestly, with this. You got so many options, so many different ways you can do her. So on the back, I wanted to add some dimension against that black canvas. I'm feeling for solid spots where I'm not just pressing it onto fabric. And I'm using these as risers. You can also use some of those square, like puffy stickers for this, or the wood Jenga blocks that you get from Dollar Tree. These are actually originally from Target. It was an Easter set of building blocks. That's why they're purple. But I use them a lot. And then you can place her down on there. I'm seeing where I want her to be. I'm going to add some glue on those little riser pieces. I'm standing above this to make sure that I kind of get it in the right place. I like to use my hands and fingers as kind of a measurement, and then I'll press it down into there. The idea is to get that glue to go all the way through the fabric and onto the canvas so nothing moves. And to finish this little beauty off, we are going to add butterflies wherever you like. You see all the options. These butterflies come in a huge package from Dollar Tree. I didn't have any moths, so I thought, well, we'll use butterflies because where I live, we still have butterflies when it's warm outside. And it's always warm here. Just put these wherever you want. They could be all the way around her frame. I like the idea of one standing right there. And she's just too cute to me. Think of all those cutouts you can get from Dollar Tree and different ways that you can use those. And the pumpkin wreath form too. I mean, so many different ways. So for my hanger, I'm just going to use some of that same satin ribbon and just a little bit of glue to put this on the back. It's about 14 inches. Then I wanted to add a little bit more color down here on the bottom. So I decided to add a few more of the leaves. I still had them. I mean, so why not use them? You don't have to do this if you don't want to, but I think it makes a pretty look. And that is how she is going to look. She's a pretty girl. She's a ginger fall beauty queen. Yes, she is. So cute. Here she is displayed on that same chair back in all of her fall and autumn glory. The first is going to be the Dark Lady portrait. I've got some ink black chalk paint, some metallic copper spray paint. Love this brand. This is part of a banner from Temu. This is a thrifted frame. Needed a little repair, so I fixed it right here. Got it all fixed up. Nobody wanted it but me. I love it. And then this is some more of that thick felt. These are the approximate measurements to give you an idea. You could also take apart a mirror. If you have something like this with a mirror, you can take that mirror out. We're going to use it as a frame. So once it's been wiped down and of course repaired if you need it, you'll shake the heck out of that can, take it outside and spray it. You can do 1 or 2 coats. I just did 1 coat and let it dry in the sun. And this is how it looks so far. So this is going to be on the inside because we're going to use this as a picture frame. And I'm just making sure that it's going to have a good placement in there. I'll prop it up and then grab my white marker and just go around. You can't see a pencil on this, you just can't. So using like a white marker or a chalk marker will help with this. Just a light line on there so I could get my placement right. And then I'll grab up some scissors and trim it down. This is very easy to do. You can use any type, you can get a picture out of a magazine, you can get a picture off a calendar, any type of like a paper that has a picture in it that you like. Alright, so I'm going to lay this down on this felt. Like I said, this is very thick felt. And it's going to be a good backing for this. I've been using it a lot when I do portraits and framed art. So then I'm going to cut this one out. Takes a little time. Like I said, it's stiff, so it's, you know, kind of rough to cut through, but we're going to do what we can. I'm going to grab my matte Mod Podge. It really doesn't matter what kind of Mod Podge you use under here, but I'm trying to be consistent in the 3 things that we're doing today so that you know you don't have to buy something new for every project that you do, right? You can still have a moody look and you don't have to spend a fortune. And plus, when you do it this way, then you have pieces that work well together. Alright, so I'm not going to soak that. I'm just going to be sure that it's enough that it, you know, will grab onto the paper. You can then take your scissors and trim that up if you need to, you know, where the white and black are even. I'm going to take my squeegee and just pull that across there. It's going to press it down nice and flat. It is a thick cardstock, so wrinkling is not going to be an issue, but if you're going to use something that's thinner, you're going to be sure that you're careful. Now, I'm not using the Mod Podge to seal this. I'm using it to mattify the picture. Because it's a glossy finish, I want it to be a little more matte. Just my preference. You don't have to do it this way. Just my preference. So I'm going to put 1 thin layer on there. and then I'll give it a quick dry. You can sit it in front of a fan, or you can walk away and work on something else. Totally up to you. So I'm going to grab a sponge, and I'll show you how I do this later on in the video, how I get this sponge like this. I'm just going to kind of pat it down into the black and then press a little bit off, and then I'm going to make it like a cameo. I'm going to go all the way around so that the main focus of the picture is on this beautiful little witch that's in the picture. Now, I used a witch because I have some Halloween things, and I'm still working on Halloween on this channel. But if you don't want to use her, you could do any type of Victorian picture if you would like. Even an old black and white would be very pretty too. Just got to kind of use your imagination, right? Now I've got my chippy brush, I've gone into the black, and then just bobbing it up and down, it pushes it up into the bristles, and I'll start just dragging this across here to make this look aged. Now I do realize with copper there is a patina that you can get that's that bluish, really pretty bluish greenish color that you can put on it. So if you wanted to add that onto your piece, you could add that. But for me, I'm keeping it dark and moody and not adding that at all. But you could. So this is like if you had a brand new, beautiful, pretty penny, and then it has been aged and touched and sat out in, you know, the elements. Maybe there's a, if you imagine a haunted house with a broken window and the wind is blown in and the rain has been on it, the weather has been on it, or it's just been in the house and it's just old. You know, it's just old. Put as much on there as you would like. I want some of that copper still showing. Then I have some copper here. I'm going to go into that, pat a little bit off, and go over around this black. Now most of this area on the outside will be on the outside underneath the frame. Hey, if you are learning something in this video or having fun so far, please consider giving me a thumbs up. Alright, so I'm just going to keep on patting it down, and if you don't dip into the black or the gold, the copper, excuse me, anymore, then it will just start to kind of fade it a little bit, make it look a little more aged, which is what I like. And so I'm going to leave mine just like this. Now there's some detail on here with some flowers and some vines and some filigree. So I'm just going to take a really thin brush here, and this is actually like a bridge brush that you would use for stenciling, I do believe, but it may just be a detail brush. I have some of those too. And I'm going to go over the flowers. I want to leave the darker spots in there because if you color the whole thing, you won't see any of the detail and it'll just look like a copper blob, right? So even when I go along the lines, I'm not going to completely cover the lines. I'll go to the outside so you can still see that dimension there. You don't have to do this, but for me, I like what it added. And I just love to paint. Y'all know that now, right? I mean, if you've been watching my videos for any amount of time, you know I love to paint. So I'm just going to do this till my little heart is happy. And this is what it looks like. And then I'm going to let her dry. A little bit of heat here because I need to move quickly to get this stuff out to y'all. And by the way, thanks again for everybody who has been encouraging. Y'all have kept me moving through this whole process. The whole process. It's kept me motivated. It's kept me doing the work. And I may have to put out a mega video every now and then just to stay on schedule. But I think I can do this with the second channel. And the second channel will be posting on Saturdays at 6 p.m. So, you know, if you're interested in decorating and seeing how I use the pieces I make, you can run over there and subscribe to that channel, and I'd appreciate it. But yeah, I'm keeping up. And I thank y'all for that, because even if it's things in a mega video that you've seen before and you just watch it, you know, you just listen to it while you're cleaning or doing something else, that helps my channel tremendously. Tremendously. Okay. So there she is. We've got the back on. We've got her in there. And I love the way this looks. You could also put lights on the inside if you wanted to, but I'm going to leave it classy and moody and rich, just like it is. I hope you like this one. There's so many ways you can do it to make it your own. I love the difference it makes when we put them in front of the studio lights. Man, they just really, they really pop, don't they? She's so cute. She's a cute girl. She's got her raven. Frame hassle print is next. I'm going to use some baby wipes. These are just water wipes. Here's a sponge, some antique wax, copper paint, same as before. This is my print from Temu. Get yours anywhere you like. I love it. And then I'm going to recycle a canvas that I already had, which is almost the same size as my print, and that's going to be our backing. Look at this beautiful thrifted brass looking metal piece that I got. It's a frame, y'all. I'll talk more about that in a little while though. Okay, so that gives you an idea of the measurements. And this is how it looks. I love all that detail. I'm going to take the string off because apparently there was a sale tag on there. I did get mine at the thrift store. And I'm going to clean it. Now for cleaning it, I don't want to take the texture away from the rust that's on there because I'm going to go with that rust. I'm going to help use it for texture, right? I'm going to help use it. Put a mask on and some eye shields because you are going to be throwing up some rust and you don't want to inhale that stuff or get it in your eyes, okay? You can do it outside also, or do it with a vacuum cleaner brush. You see this little hole right there? It's for a light kit. Some of y'all know exactly what this is. I know you've seen them before in somebody's house. Then I'm just going to take a dry paper towel and I'm going to wipe off all of that leftover rust. Look at that. I want to wipe that off. I don't want that getting in my brush and dulling my paint. I don't want any of that to happen. So I'll take it outside and I'm going to spray paint it. While that's outside being dried with the paint, I am going to grab my Mod Podge. It's matte, but it doesn't matter. Like I said before, we're just going to continue along with the same, so you don't have to go buy any more. I am wearing a shirt, for those of you who are wondering why my whole arm is in there. I have a tank top on because it is still hot here, right? It was when I made this video. Now this morning, it's 73 degrees in southern Alabama, and I'm here for it. I gotta tell you, rode all the way to school and from school with the windows down. Okay, so now I have a nice thin coat, just enough that my canvas is going to stick down to the backing. Whatever way you want to lay yours down there to make sure it's centered, you're going right ahead and do it. I'm going to press it down, and then I'll flip it over. And this is my little Mod Podge. It's a brayer and a squeegee on the other side. You can look at PLAIDonline.com and see if you can find one of those. I love my tool. It's very nice. I didn't use the roller part because I didn't need to. This was sticking down fine. To finish off the ends, I'm going to grab the glue gun. Put your cool temperature on so you don't burn your fingers, or grab your finger protectors because I didn't do it in this video. I was a bad girl. Alright, so we're going to press it into there, turn it around to the other side, and do the same thing. Now this is also going to help hold it in place while that Mod Podge dries. I'm pulling and pushing at the same time so it lays flat. Now I'm going to grab these little clamps that I use all the time and I rave about because I just absolutely love them. I think it's one of the best things Dollar Tree has ever done. I'm going to clamp my sides down so nothing rolls, nothing tries to pop up while I let it dry, and I just let mine dry overnight. But it's totally up to you. You could use it as it is while it's still a little bit damp, or you could use a glue stick and then you don't have to worry about that dry time. Totally up to you. Now there's a little spot on here, so if you have a light or a white canvas, like this is kind of a bright white, I'm just going to take my eraser and clean that up. That's all it takes to get that off. You do not want to be throwing away your beautiful canvas for no reason. Now this is a bath sponge from Dollar Tree, and I'm going to show you how I cut this to use as a crafting sponge, and you can get lots of pieces out of here. You want to be sure that you cut off every straight line and angle on here. You want this to look almost like a rock, right? You don't want any straight angles at all because that's going to leave a pattern when you use it when you paint, and you don't want a repetitive pattern. You want something that's rounded like this so that you can switch sides if you want to. Look, isn't that pretty? That's with that copper. So now I've got my ink paint, and I've got my lovely, lovely gloves that y'all love so much. Gonna get these things on. They really do protect your hands, by the way. They look silly, but they work. Oh yes, loving it. Okay, so we're gonna tap into that. And then I'm just using this little box because it'll wipe off of it. I'm just using this. You use some paper, some plastic, whatever you have to pat that off. And then I'm going to start right here in the corner. I always start with a light hand. If you're new here, that's something you should know that I do. I start off with a light hand and then I get heavier and add to it as I go. Because once you put a big blob on there, it's hard to get off. It's dragging it to the sink, trying to clean it really fast before it dries, and I'm just not for that kind of work. I'm not going to do it. I'd rather take my time. I mean, just to be honest here. Take my time and make it a little bit at a time. Darken it a little at a time. Like aging over the years goes, you know, we're going to add on 5 or 10 years at a time rather than taking it to 100 years just immediately. I just ain't going to do it. Now, be sure you do the outside. Be sure you do the corners. I'm going to add a little more on my corners, and there's little pieces that go from the corner to the inside, and it's what actually holds the frame together. It's like a little belted section, and I'm going to make those a little bit darker just because I like the look of that. Then get over where the little light's going to go. Be sure you do that. I pay more attention around the edges as well. If you've got a spot that you can't get into, just get a little brush and go in there like I did around the inner line until you get it built up as much as you would like. Then I'm going to go over it with my dryer and make sure everything is dry. Alright, now this is dry. I'm going to take all my clamps off. And we're going to start aging this because we don't want to put a crispy white picture, which I think is beautiful as it is, but not for the Moody decor that we're looking for in this video. So I'm going to grab my antiquing wax and I'm going to show you a couple of different ways and how you can layer. Okay, so the more wet that baby wipe is, the more sheer the application will be. I'm going to put it on here and go all the way over, pressing a little harder into the corners, just kind of shade it out. There's a darn gnat in here. That's one thing about having your doors open. It's just a gnat. That gum gnat is going to hit me in the forehead between the eyes, hit me in the lip while I'm talking. Anyway, I want to thank you if you were here and you put up with my craziness. Whatever brought you to my channel. If a friend requested it, if it was shared, if I popped up in your recommendations, if you're just here for the first time because you are searching for Moody fall decor, then you are in the right place and you are welcome here. We don't talk politics here. We don't talk religion here. But we do pray for each other when we need it. We sure do. And we send light and positivity all the time. All right, so then I used a dry terry cloth, like a dry baby washcloth, to take it off. And it left a layer on there. We're going to build this up. Like I said, y'all look at all my gray in my hair. I'm so excited. The next time I get it cut, I will get all the rest of the strawberry blonde out and I will be completely gray. I'm so excited. All right, so I'm just going to go around. You can see what I'm doing. You're going to let this sit, you know, just a few minutes before you wipe it back. Just a few minutes, and then what you're doing is gradually adding layers on here. You could probably use like a watered down paint, but I feel like the antiquing wax, because it's a wax, is easier to move around on that canvas. Now, if you choose that you just want to use a brush for the whole thing, grab a chippy brush, go over your edges, and don't be concerned about the white on the edges here. That's going to be hidden. That's going to be on the back side of the frame, so that's not a problem. Oh, but you need to check first on your piece just to make sure. Stupid Ned. Now he's on the microphone looking at me, judging me. Okay, so now I'm just, make sure that you blend it all in. Now the brush is dry. It's kind of a dry brush technique. And at this point, I've actually tapped into just a tiny bit, and I'm tapping that into the trees just to give that a little more darkness. And then I'll use that same gentle technique around the top of the castle. You can see I left the water a little bit darker, and I love this amount of aging on this piece. This looks like a foggy day at the castle rather than a sunny day, and I love it. Now, you know all those tubes you get when you get your prints from Temu? I use those for making lights and things in my projects, so I want to show you how you can do it. You're just going to measure down on that plastic how far you need your light to go over. And I'm using like a little craft knife to just cut through it. You can use a saw, you can use whatever you want, but it's just, you know, this is here in my reach and it's easy to do. Keep your fingers out of the way, be super careful. Okay? Then I have these string lights. I get these in packs of 10. You can get them in bigger packs. I get mine from Temu. Get yours wherever you like. I like that it has a very small charger box and it has 3 different settings. You can do like a quick flash, a slow flash, or you can leave it solid, and most of the time I leave mine solid. So I'm going to pull it out so that it has enough lights to go from end to end. The light pack fits straight down in there. You put the cap back on and look, we have a little light that fits perfectly up in that casing. To stick that down, rather than using glue, because I want to be able to take it in and out so that I can turn it off, right? I'm going to use some of that double stick mounting tape I use all the time from Temu. It is clear, it's like a gel, it's got tape on both sides. I'm going to peel that back layer off, and then I will press this down into that. Perfect. Now we need to put the back on. I just went ahead and moved it out of the way. I know that it works, I moved it out of the way. Now I'm going to put the print down into the frame. So I'm just adding some pieces down here in the corners of that tape. And I will also be adding some pieces that are a little bit longer and thinner. I'm just trimming it to fit my needs, you know, what I need here to stick it down. I didn't want to use glue, but if you're very careful, you could probably use hot glue. Totally up to you. Or you can get some, you know, tape from Dollar Tree or wherever you want to get it. Walmart, wherever you want to get it. I don't want people to think I'm pushing one thing or the other just because I'm an affiliate. I'm not. I just want everybody who sees my videos to be able to get what they need for their projects. That's all. All right, so now that I have it there and I get it in place, I'm going to press it down. I'll press it, press it. Hey, would you help me get to 100,000 so I can get my little silver play? I can get that if I reach 100,000, when I reach 100,000, and my original goal was for Halloween. I think it can still be done, but it's going to take a lot of love, y'all. So if you're here, please consider subscribing to the channel to help me with that. It means so much to me. All right, the back is on. The print is in the gorgeous frame, and we have got our light fixture popped right back in there. And look at this. Y'all, this was a Jesus picture that had come apart. A friend of mine, she took the Jesus picture, and I took the frame. Isn't that wonderful? Yes, Cindy has the beautiful piece with Jesus, and I have this frame. I hope you like this. I hope you like the way this looks. And again, if you wanted to add any of that patina look to yours, you could certainly do that, but it's just not what I was going for in this set. Okay? I love that. And remember, the lights I got have like a yellow light, like a natural light, but you can get the ones that are a bright white or colored lights if you would like. Here it is with all the lights off. I hope you like it as much as I do. Yes. Thank you, channel members. You're here for me when I can't be there for you, and I appreciate it. Gothic candelabras are next. All right, here's that copper paint again, and the black, and that Mod Podge. Okay, I am taking these two little candle pieces. They have little hangers on them. We're going to be using these. Some tea lights or some little flameless candles, some wire, and these two pieces from Dollar Tree. I'm recycling these. All right, I'll take these outside and spray them down. Now I'm going to take these candles apart. Just going to take those handles off, and I'm going to put them aside for future projects. We won't need them. So you won't need a candle that has a handle on it. You can just grab any candle that you like, but it needs to have little divots or little creases where you can use wire to attach them. I'm going to thoroughly wash and dry my candle cups, and I'm also going to be sure that I take the stickers off. Of course, we're not mini pearling it, right? I'll grab some of my tape, and this is it's like a black chalkboard type paint type tape, but I use it as a masking tape and it works perfectly. Got to think outside the box, folks. Now when you put these pieces of tape on a rounded surface, it's going to pull down. You see how it's pulled down there? But don't worry, because we're going to fix that. I found that if you use smaller pieces, instead of trying to put one big piece on there, you can curve it a lot better. So if it wrinkles at the top, it doesn't matter, as long as you get your line straight on the bottom. If you have any little sections that overlap or are out of the way like this, grab your utility knife and just cut that off in the curve. See? We fixed it. That easy. Do it again. Nice and flat. Okay? We're going to do that on both of these to make sure they have a ring around the top. That gives us a clear section at the top that will not get any paint. Now we are going to stuff the inside. You can use paper, you can use newspaper. My paper towels were here, so I'm using that. You could even use Walmart bags. You know, you could use some plastic, recycle something, it doesn't matter. Then I'm going to take a piece in the top, push it down, and then overhang the sides. I don't want that little lip getting any paint on it either. I'm just going to be sure that when I tape this paper towel down, that I'm putting the tape right on top of the other tape. Don't let it extend past it, or it's going to get in the way of your spray paint finished. You don't want that to happen. Continue all around until the rim of that is covered and your line is straight. Okay, we're going to do both of those like that. After they have been spray painted outside, this is how they're going to look. And then we're going to peel off the paint. Now I did let the spray paint dry completely in the sun, and the spray paint you can see is on those little shingles or whatever those Gothic pieces are in the back. And then I am going to remove all of my tape, pull that out, and this is what it's going to look like so far. You can see I'm just using my weeding tool and the little pieces that stuck on there. Now I have a nice crisp line, and I like the way that looks. There's both of those so far. Now I'm going to use the matte Mod Podge, and I'm going to go over the top of this and the rim, all of that up there, and then I'm going to go all the way over the paint as well, and I'm going to continue in a circular motion all the way around the candle so that I don't leave any harsh marks or shadows or whatever in there. So I'm going to go with that curve all the way around and all the way over the bottom as well, just like this. And I'm making sure that it's even all the way around, especially up there on the top where it has the clear glass. We're going to put that aside, let that dry, and I am going to start on these beautiful arches. So I am going in the middle with black, and I am kind of accentuating the shape there, flicking upward and outward from the center, and then I'll do the same thing on the sides all the way around, because we are going to age these up just like we aged the other two pieces, and that's what's going to pull it all in together. The colors are similar, and the technique that we use are similar. They're not exactly the same, but they're similar. Then I'm going to go on the crossbars and get those. If you wanted to use your sponge on this, you could use your sponge on this because we've been using that already. But you can also use your brush and just drag it across there. That's going to give it some aging. Now what I really like to do is make sure that my two pieces are similar. So this is what this one's going to look like when I get it all together. And I'll put these two beside each other to make sure that they are similar to one another, because when you use them in your decor, they're most likely going to be in the same area, hanging on either sides of doors or either sides of the television or whatever. So I want them to be somewhat similar, but not twins, right? Not twins, but maybe cousins, right? You know what we say about that? And it's easy enough to kind of, fix them if they're not exactly the same. It's easy. Close enough to perfect for me. Y'all remember that song? Who listens to country music in the 80s? Who sang that song? Y'all remember? All right, so once that's done, I'm going to go on the inside just where it's clear. It doesn't matter if it overlaps onto the painted section on the bottom. It's okay. But I just want to make sure that this is like a foggy look, or what is the word I'm looking for? It's just going to be kind of like a smoky look, maybe. Frosted. That's the word for it. Frosted. And the more layers you put, the more frosted the look is going to be. But just be sure that you dry it in between. And I'm going to go over the top again, because why not? Everything needs to be consistent and even. And then I'm going to do it for both candles, and then I'm going to dry them. I'll give them a little head start with my heat here, and then I'll put them aside by the fan. Then I'm going to seal these with my Mod Podge sealer. Then we're going to put the candles on the beautiful arches. So because my candle cup has a curve where it's almost like a little pot belly on the bottom and the top is more narrow, I need something that's going to fill that gap. So these beads that I have are going to be great to place in there so that they are steady and they don't flip around, they don't move around. See the frosted look on the top of that glass? I love that. I think there's a product that you can buy too that will give you that frosted look. I just figured my Mod Podge would do it, so why buy something else, right? Okay, so I've twisted my floral wire around there. I'm going to push it through my frame right at the bottom. Now the reason I do it at the bottom is because the cup will sit right on the bottom. That's just the shape of my candle cup. Totally up to you how you want yours to work out. But you can use wire to hold it in place. And for those of you who are concerned about that silvery metallic looking wire, you're not going to see that when we get finished. See that string over there on the right? We're going to be covering that up, so no worry. I want the wire though, because it's going to give me a sure stability. Do not, when you do something like this, put a regular flamed candle in it, because you don't know. Something might fall, something might burn, right? You don't want anything like that to happen. Let's just go ahead and use a flameless candle. And if you like the way candles smell, just get you a wax melter, right? Just get you a little wax burner, and that will be the scent, and people will think it's coming from your candles. So I'm taking some black cord. I think that I got this from Dollar Tree. It feels like I had like the black cord, the brown cord, and a white cord all together. I'm not sure what the material is they're made out of, because I used them. They're off of their original packaging, so I can't say for sure. But it is thicker than string. And it is not jute. It's not jute either. Okay, so I'm going to now start putting the string on the bottom. This is going to give more security. I'm going to go around the bottom, and then for me, instead of going in the holes right next to that bar that goes down the middle, I'm going right to the outside. So we're not going over where we put the wire in. It's right next to it, because I feel like that's going to give it more stability. rather than it rocking back and forth, and I don't want that to happen. So you just want to tie it on tightly, whatever you use. And hey, if you've got one that's bigger than what I have, you can use that on there too. You can use something twice the size of what I had, and it will still look good on there. It's not going to be out of shape, and it won't cover up the top of that beautiful Gothic design. So you don't have to worry about that, okay? Remember, y'all, when you come to my channel, it's all about inspiring you. And I also like the idea of you leaving here feeling better about yourself. Whether it's from crafting, whether it's feeling supported, whether it's feeling the camaraderie of other people who have something in common. That's what I want you to feel. One of my recent videos, people were so kind to each other. There were so many comments where crafters went to other crafters and told them, you know, and talked to them about being confident and having faith in the future and just being good to one another. You don't know how much that touches my heart, that my channel on art can be something that can help cure your soul. Absolutely. And I'm not going to take credit for that. We all know where that came from. We know where that came from. That came from our source, right? We know where it came from. Now look, it's nice and sturdy, but I want the top to be a little thicker so it looks like the bottom. I'm just going to go back through that original bead, and if you put glue on there, it's going to pop off. You're going to have to use wire to put it together to keep it in place. I'm just telling you now. But look how sturdy that is, and look how nice it looks. I think it looks good. It is small, but it is what I had, and I wanted to try it, and I really do like it. And because my piece is a, it sits flat, I could actually use it sitting down as bookends. I could use it in so many different ways. Now, what you just saw me do is add a little hot glue from where I tied it so that it would stay down. And this is what it looks like. You can still see through that copper because I only put one coat on there. And you can see that light through there. I love it. So we're going to do the same thing to the other one. Now we got little twinsies. We're going to age it a little bit. So I've got my, I just showed you that you can get chalkboard paint from Dollar Tree. I'm using the tiniest bit. Most of it is off of the brush, even though it looks like the brush is loaded. It is not. I'm using what remains on there. And I'm just going to go over in a circular motion the bottom and around the copper part, because I want it to not look like a shiny brand new piece. It needs to look like it has been around too. So that's what I did here. If you don't like the copper, you could do gold and black. You could do silver and black. See, you can sit it. I have mine sitting down now because I don't have a place on my display area here to hang the two pieces, so they're just sitting. But you get the idea. And this is in the full light, still quite bright. And then we'll switch to half light. Still a lot of warmth and glow. You can still see the copper through the black on those little arches. And here it is in the dark. Still love that. Now we can't see our arches as well, but a taller candle cup and candle would really show that for you. But it's still going to make a beautiful display in the daytime, even when the candles are off. Thank you for being here today and for being for me every time a video post. You mean so much to me. I want to tell you that I love you, and check out this little rectangle right here for more. Thanks for stopping by, y'all. Bye.